안녕하세요. 킹덤컴 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 여관에서 세이브를 했고 지금 현재 비밀 탈출 작전 하고 있습니다. 하슈탈과 대화하시오. 지금 내가 가지고 있는 아이템들이 당장 팔아야 될 거는 이런 거 좀 팔까? 무게가 3씩이나 나가는데 3씩이? 3 나가고 책도 좀 팔아야 되고. 배웠나 이거? 배웠네. 모드윈의 반지, 상관 보석 반지, 물약하고 독약, 해골 파괴자, 연금술은 나중에 하도록 하고 합시다. 일어나야지. 꼈어? 왜 낀 거야? 일어난다. 왜 이렇게 어두운 놈? 여기 술집입니다. 술집. 쿠텐버그의 어느 술집이고요. 이쪽이 큰 길가인가? 좋은 아침이죠? 좋은 아침입니다. 그러면 일단은 절로 가서 대화를 해야 되니까 근처까지 이동을 하는데 말레쇼프 여기까지 일단 말 타고 가볼까? 말 타고 일단 여기로 이동 가서 말을 불러서 천천히 이동하겠습니다. 나의 해불자 위로 가야 되나? 길이 위쪽에 있으니까 일로 해서 천천히 가줍니다. 그쪽 아니야. 이쪽이지. 요가 맞나? 여기가 맞아요? 맞는 거야 아닌 거야? 저기 한 친구 가고 있네. 추월해야지 추월. 추월. 어씨 자식들. 누군데? 쿠마닌이야. 뭐야?
For glory and carnage, die!
야씨 둘이야 둘?
Yeah, don't spare him! You got him!
마을 주민이 아주 용감한데? 아타만의 사부르? 이 친구들은 돈이 별로 없고 그지들이야 그지들. 참. 그지들이야 그지들. 다시 말 타고 이동. 칼은 집어넣고 넌 누군가 했네. 그러고 보니까 벌써 30번째 영상이 되네요. 30번째, 30번.
Go. Quick.
지금 이렇게 달려서 가는 이유는 제가 또 이상한 소문을 들었습니다.
Quick. Quick.
다른 스트리머 분이 얘기해 주셨는데 페블즈를 오래 타고 다니면은 나중에 좋은 일이 생긴다고. 그게 뭐냐면은 얘가 이제 속도가 올라간다 그랬나? 어느 정도 스킬이 오르면은 뭐 그렇다고 하네요. 지금 보면은 뭐야, 플레이어에서 이것도 안 올렸다 아직. 성실한 친구 뭔진 모르겠지만 이런 거 다 올려주고, 민첩성 다 올리고 갑시다. 올리고 스모드는 환영, 이동속도 빨라지고, 독사 이런 거, 활력, 훌륭한 차림새, 체력 10점 회복, 이런 거. 그 다음에 화술, 사기권, 최종 제한, 사기꾼, 기술. 이거 좋다. 그리고 보조, 예전에 이걸 다 안 올려가지고 기술, 제작. 나중에 다 올릴 것 같으니까 무조건 다 올려주고, 뭔진 모르겠지만. 승마술, 훌륭한 페블즈. 뭐야, 이건가? 훌륭한 페블즈. 페블즈는 라타이에서 Kfon경을 구하고 선물로 받은 충직한 동료로 이제는 뗄래야 뗄 수 없는 사이가 되었습니다. 안장꾼? 오, 군마. 이거 올려. 일단 아무거나 다 올려. 개훈련. 머트 어디 갔지 근데? 항문, 은신. 어차피 이거 다 올라갈 것 같으니까 아무거나 올려주도록 하겠습니다. 절도도 올리고. 절도를 평소에 많이 했더니 잘 오르네요. 폴 암은 아직 사용을 많이 안 해봐서 스킬 올릴 게 별로 없고. 헨리가 먼저. 일제사격. 오, 이거 좋아. 치명적인 일격. 원거리 무기로 적에게 피해를 줄 경우. 효율. 금단의 무기. 산병. 몰라, 일단 다 올려. 홍보, 버프. 됐습니다.
God.
그럼 페블즈는 오를 만큼 오른 건가?
Go. Go.
더 오를 게 없나? 그러면?
Go. God.
게임 잘 만들었어.
Go.
나는 잘 가고 있는 건가? 가다가 좌회전으로.
Quick. God.
어디쯤에서 좌회전을 해야 되지?
Go.
제대로 가고 있는 거 맞지? 오, 잘 가고 있습니다. 여기서 말레이 부족으로 갔다가 우회전.
Quick.
어디로 가면 쿠마님들이 많을까? 싸움도 좀 하고
Quick!
칼질도 좀 하고 할만한 곳이 어디가 있을까? 지금 많이 온 것 같은데 잠깐만 여기 이제 연기가 나는 걸로 봐서는 이쪽에 뭔가가 있을 것 같다. 돌아가자.
God! God! Oh, whoa.
여긴데 위치는 여긴데 위치는 여긴데 지금 안 보이는데? 뭐라도 좀 있었으면 좋겠는데 물 웅덩이밖에 없고 페블즈
God!
이게 길이었어?
Go! God!
굳이 세이브를 하진 않아도 되겠지?
Go!
여기에서 자 많이 달렸고 여기서 지금 현재 레벨은 몇이냐면은 26입니다. 26. 여기서 누구한테 가서 말 걸라 그랬는데 2친구인가? 하슈탈?
What do you need, sir?
어... 어...
Show
없네? 구름투에서 훔친 거 구매 용의 한장? 여기 비싼 게 뭡니까? 여기서 제일 비싼 게 용의 한장? 무게 똑같은데 용의 한장? 내구성 면갑? 뭐 더 좋은 게 없잖아. 밀라노제 말 면갑? 무게는 더 늘어나고 필요가 없다.
what? The Ruthard sent me.
What's that to do with me? Those days when Ruthard was the Lord of Malashoff are over. I don't want to have anything more to do with him, so you can be on your way.
He sends you his regards. And he asked me to remind you that he's still paying for masses for your family, as the two of you agreed.
Sakura. Nobody knows about that but him.
That's why he told me. So you'd be sure I really did come from them, and this isn't a trick.
Well, that changes
뭔가
things.
거래가 있었나 봐.
Sorry for being a bit hostile-like, but times are tough. A man can't be sure of anything. Good to hear that Sir Kunzlin still has a few friends left. Give him my greetings, and thank him for still honoring our agreement.
Sure. I'll pass that on to him.
So, tell me, what did the Rothard send you for?
말레쇼프로 가는 비밀 통로에 대해 안녕하세요 찌오님 반갑습니다. 좋은 점심이죠.
I'm planning a certain enterprise. Something that the new lord of the castle certainly won't be happy about.
An enterprise, you say?
점심은
I
맛있게
reckon it's
드셨나요?
best not to ask what that might be, eh?
That would be wise. And I need you to get fresh, fast horses ready for me.
That's quite a lot you're asking of me. A fresh, fast horse don't come cheap. But fine, since you're from Sir Kunzlin, I'll have it ready for you. Somewhere a bit further from here so I don't get in the shit if things go sideways.
Of course. The last thing I want is to endanger you unnecessarily, and the Roothards promise to pay for the horse if it comes to any harm.
All
네,
right.
점심
So
맛있게
look,
드십시오.
here next to the stud farm, there's a kind of band of rocks below the forest. When you go alongside the rocks to the
즐거운
end, you'll
토요일이니까
find a wooded copse not far from the castle. There's a well-trodden patch of ground there, so that's where I'll have that horse ready for you. Hopefully, nothing will happen to him if I just leave him there.
늑대와 개가
There's
자주
been wolves and wild
어슬렁거려서
dogs sniffing
조심히
around
해야
here, so
하는데
we have to watch out for the animals.
Thanks.
죽여버리면 되지.
I'm obliged to you.
You ought to be. I wish you the best of luck. I reckon you'll need it.
오래된 예배당을 찾으시오. 게임 저장이 완료됐고 오래된 예배당을 찾으라고 했으니까 이쪽으로 해서 저 아저씨도 나중에 나한테 일 줄 것 같은데 한번 가서 말이나 걸어볼까? 그거? 새로운 일은 없냐고? 아니야, 그냥 가. 저게 예배당. 이거 기도소에서 예배당 안을 들여다보면 다음으로 할 장소를 알 수 있다? 기도나 할까?
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
기도를 끝냈고 여기서 뭘 보면은 된다 그랬는데 기도소에서 뭘 하라 그랬지? 노사는 하슈탈의 종마 새우가 근처에서 교차로부터 찾아보고 했다. 흰색 사당이 있고 거기에서 길가에 있는 돌 무더기가 보이는데 흰색 사당이 지금 저 있는 곳이고 거기서 길가에 있는 돌 무더기가 보이는데 그 뒤에 오래된 예배당이 있다고. 돌 무더기를 찾아봅시다. 돌 무더기. 여기서 돌 무더기. 이게 돌 무더기인데 아니었다. 올가와 아그네스의 결혼식? 그럼 여기보다 한참 긴 것 같은데? 제가 진행이 많이 느려서 어디로 가야 되지? 저기 있다. 안 싸우고 그렇죠. 안 싸우고
This must be the
진행하기가
chapel Rosa was talking about. I'm supposed
힘들죠.
to look through its arch for some old ruins. Well, let's see.
저기. 오. 저쪽이야. 딱 정면으로 보고 있는 이쪽쯤이지, 이쪽쯤. 참, 진짜 힘들게 해놨다, 진짜. 잠깐만. 지도상에서 이쪽을 가리켰고, F쪽으로. 십자가. 페어로 들어가서 돌 십자가를 찾아야 합니다. 페어로 들어가서 돌 십자가. 떨어져 죽진 않겠지? 페어. 저것은 사슴. 또는 노루 또는 고라니. 여기 와서
The chapel
Hey.
directed me here. There's no doubt about that. So somewhere around here, I have to find a stone cross, and then
Bullet-
go in the direction the top is pointing.
돌로 된 십자가를 찾아봅시다. 돌로 된 십자가. 돌로 된 십자가. 이거는 개미. 개미. 멘트. 돌로 된 십자가를 찾으라고? 뭐니 이거? 위석? 어디에 쓰는 거야? 중독을 치료할 수 있으며 행운을 불러오기도 한다는 마법의 권능이 담겨져 있다고 한다. 희귀한 돌. 참으로 불쾌한 수수께끼다. 이런 거는 갖고 싶어. 좋은 거 많네. 와우. 와우, 다 가져가. 다 내 거야. 어디로 들어갈 만한 데가 있니? 돌 십자가? 돌 십자가를 찾으라 그랬는데? 아, 찾았다. 돌 십자가. 돌 십자가가 가리키는 방향. 저건데? 돌 십자가. 자, 보면은 십자가 머리가 가리키는 방향으로 향해야 된다. 그러면 다음 비밀 통로에 입구가 묻혀있는 표시된 장소가 나타날 것이다. 그럼 이쪽으로 쭉 직진합시다. 이쪽으로 해서 쭉 직진. 옆으로 세지 말고 쭉 직진. 이쪽. 오. 이렇게? 딴 길로 세면 안 돼. 계속 알려준 대로만 가.
A cross in stone. This could be the place Rosa mentioned. I'll grab the spade and see if I'm in the right place.
삽으로 팔 만한 장소가? 바닥을 삽으로 파라 그랬는데? 팔 만한 데가 없잖아. 지금 내가 삽이 없나요? 기타 삽 있고 어딜 파라는 거지? 아, 여기? 비밀 통로를 향해 땅을 파고 있습니다.
Tough job, but it was worth it. The way to Malashov is clear. Now I get it. Those boards were supported by beams to hold the earth above, so there didn't have to be as much of it. Hidden and firm. Really smart. It's a good thing they did it that way too, so we didn't have to dig as much.
지도를 펼치고 여기서부터 말레쇼프 이 성으로 가는 것 같습니다. 여기서부터 쪽으로 쭉 횃불을 켜고 쭈그려서
An axe to deal with the supports and the planks at the entrance. A spade and bucket to clear away fallen earth and free up the entrance. Everything's ready for escape whenever needed. The Ruthards really left nothing to chance.
해야지 이제. 제발 금 나와라 금. 아, 쭈그려서 가야 돼? 둥둥. 박쥐 소리? 뭔데? 그래, 박쥐. 근데 진짜 힘들다.
What do we have here? A ladder. In an escape, it'd be enough to pull it up, and that'd leave any pursuers stuck. I just hope it can hold one attacker.
이거 나무 소리가 조금 불안합니다. 이거 불안한데? 나중에 저거 부러지는 거 아니겠지? 진짜 굴이다, 굴.
Damn it, that's cold.
여기서 오른쪽 길, 왼쪽 길. 왼쪽 길인 것 같긴 한데 맞아, 이쪽이야. 이쪽으로 해서 갈림길이 갈림길 아니고 이쪽으로 가면 돼. 여기 아니고 여기. 이거 문이다, 문. 문 아니고 지시대. 자, 우측. 여기는 진짜 길인 것 같은데 우측으로 가는 길. 우측으로 가는 길은 막혀 있고, 여기가 이제 좌측으로 가는 길.
What's this door doing here? Could it be another of the
거의
Ruttard's
무조건 계속
tricks? If this beam
직진이네요.
dropped onto those cleats, no one would break through in a hurry. I reckon with this, any defenders could hold off their pursuers for quite some time. This will come in handy on the way back.
열었다. 근처까지 가면은 자동 저장이 되려나?
This looks like it could be the wall of the Malashov cellars. There's no going back. This is it. All right then. Courage, Henry. Courage.
제발 저장되라, 제발. 제발 저장되라, 제발.
This is gonna take a while.
있을까? 불안한데 여기서 세이브를 많으니까 세이브를 하고 가겠습니다. 보이는 잠깐만. 이런 식으로 하면 어떡해.
Babak will deal with Odard. But Liechtenstein is your concern. How come you haven't caught him yet?
He's slippery as an eel. He's hiding somewhere in the Jewish quarter. I sent spies to track him down, but they never came back.
Flush him out of that hole of his. For fuck's sake!
Why such concern, Otto? Gutenberg is ours. Sigismund has the reins firmly in his hands.
He's got fuck all in his hands. Sigismund thought at first he'd come to terms with his brother Wenceslas, clear the way for him to the imperial throne, and take the Bohemian throne for himself. But Wenceslas couldn't even get off his drunken ass and go to Rome for the coronation. And now, the glorious Hungarian king has fallen for Jobst and his damned truce. He's been taken in by that treacherous turncoat.
Jobst betrayed Wenceslas. Then Sigismund. And now us. He fooled all of us. But what can he really do against us?
I'll tell you what. While pretending to parley, he incensed the Hungarian nobles against Sigismund.
Surely Sigismund's army can deal with that inconvenience.
Ha! He was paying his Cumans by letting them pillage Bohemia. He set half the people against him in the country he wants to rule. And now, there is nothing left to plunder. While we are shuffling our feet here, Jobst is surely mustering an army.
What are we going to do?
We've got Cabon. That'll keep Hanush and the Lipa people at bay. If they ever want to see their heir alive.
Jobst has Liechtenstein mustering other allies for him. We get him in our grasp, and Jobst will be like a fish out of water in Bohemia.
I'll drag him out of that Jewish den with my own 2 hands. Count on me, sir.
The betrayers of Christ, hiding a betrayer. They are rich. All that's needed is a good pretext.
The Kuttenbergers will be quite happy if their debts to those usurers happen to go up in smoke.
Yeah.
You're learning fast, young man.
The gate open. A horseman, sir.
Hanush is out of the game. The Kuttenbergers are taken care of, and we'll catch Liechtenstein. You'll see, my friend. Good times are coming.
Your Graces, King Sigismund is convening the town council, but first he requests your presence at the Sedlitz monastery, without delay.
What's all the urgency about?
Surely you must know that yourself, sir. The captives fled Trotsky Castle and killed Istvan Toth while escaping.
What? That's not possible. That's a lie.
It is true, Lord Toth is dead.
온다.
Who? Speak!
The messenger said something about Cobbler's bastard and some outlaws.
I swear, by everything that is holy, I will find that whoreson, and I will rip out his heart!
얘를 죽이냐?
Jesus. What's with that boy?
Sir Istvan was like a father to him. We better go. Bring the horses!
Shame about that dog.
아이고 저런 개를 죽이냐? 근데 우리 모트 어디 갔지? 모트 데리고 왔어야 되는데.
Luck was on my side. Now to find
펜스 케이폰 경을 찾으시오. 케이폰 경을 찾으러 가겠습니다. 어디에 있을까? 케이폰 경은 로사의 책도 찾아야 되고, 여기서 로사의 책도 찾아야 되고, 책 먼저 찾아볼까요? 로사 루스 하르트 아가씨가 말레시오프에서 책을 하나 가져다 달라고 했다. 붉은 가죽 장정에 금세공이 들어간 책이라고. 붉은 가죽?
If I find anybody
뭐
slacking off,
붉은 머리
they'll
샹크스
get
그런
the
건가?
whip.
You got it, Conrad.
일단은 동네부터 저장이 됐으니까 동네부터 구경하도록 하겠습니다. 천천히. 급할 거 없으니까. 이게 건조장이라고 하네요. 그래서 이 새끼를 먼저 죽여볼까? 은신 처치. 그렇지. 내려놓고 떨어졌다. 다시 올라가서 가져갈 만한 게 뭐가 있을까요? 돈이랑 열쇠. 돈이랑 열쇠는 아주 중요하지. 쇼핑할 것도 있네. 쇼핑. 글레이브, 부즈, 글레이브, 부즈, 글레이브, 부즈. 무게가 10kg짜리니까 지금 소지품 나중에 사도 되는 건데 굳이 여기서 할 필요는 없고. 뭐 급할 거 없고 천천히 하면 됩니다. 죽으면 다시 로드에서 하면 되는 거고. 부족할 것도 없고. 뭐 있는데? 군용검? 버려, 씨. 버려. 돈도 안 되는 거. 뭐가 있지? 책부터 찾아야 될까? 책? 애기처럼 자란데? 여기는 바뀌고. 아, 내가 일로 들어왔나 보다. 지체할 시간이 없습니다. 없겠지, 지체할 시간이. 어딜 먼저 가봐야 될까? 책도 찾아와야 되는데. 안녕?
Wait!
I don't know you. You definitely are not from the garrison. I'm going for the guard.
아니야, 가긴 어딜 가 이 여자야. 나는 지기스문트 왕의 전령이다.
Don't go anywhere. I came with a message from King Sigismund. It was a long journey, and I'm famished.
Forgive me, sir. I wasn't expecting you, but you can look around and take whatever you've got an appetite for.
Thank you. Tell me, I've heard you've got a captive lord here. Hans Capon of Lipa, I believe?
True, sir. Some very important fella. But I only bring him food. Lord von Burgo can tell you more when he returns.
그자와 이야기하고 싶다. 요새에서 하룻밤 묵고 싶다. 그만 됐다. 뭘로 해야 되냐?
I would like to talk to him. Without Lord von Burgov listening in, would it be possible?
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't help you.
살해하마.
Well, I'm sure we can work it out, eh? You yourself said you'd take him food. I'll gladly reward your service.
Well, perhaps. Since you say you're from King Sigismund himself, Here's the key from his room. It's at the top of the fortress.
요새
Very much.
꼭대기층? 그냥 됐다. 요새에서 하룻밤 묵고 싶다.
I'd like to stay in the fortress until morning.
Certainly, sir. Go and see Lady Ophelia on the second floor. She'll take care of you.
All right. Thanks.
Wait a moment, sir. Sometimes the fortress is locked for the night. Here, so you can get in, sir.
Very well. Thank you. That'll be all. I wish you well.
아주 잘 됐네. 아줌마가 친절합니다. 여기 문 왜 닫아? 열어. 씨, 깜짝이야. 여기는 식당. 식당. 책을 찾아야 되는데 세이브하고 움직입시다. 세이브하고. 지금 포만감도 없고 그럼 음식을 먹어야죠. 음식을 뭐 없네. 아까 아줌마가 그냥 아무거나 먹으라 그랬는데 뭐 먹지? 여기 있는 음식을 아무거나 먹으라 그랬는데 먹을 게 있어야지 먹지.
Enemy in the fortress! Sound the alarm! Now you see what we do with criminals, bastard! Ha! We're gonna get you, you horseman!
아, 세 명이냐? 설마? 설마 세
By
명이야?
the blade! Do it! Ah! I'm winded! Ah! Ha! I'm just getting warmed up, you shit!
새끼.
You won't get me! Fuck! I can't get a shot in!
안돼 뒤에 활 쏘고
No
있는데?
chance! I'll kill you, you cunt! Now you'll see what we do with criminals, bastard!
안돼
Stuff! You won't
에헤이.
and you'll get another right away! The pillory's too good for you. I'll chop you up on the spot. Show don't
your
think I won't cut you to
몇
pieces.
명이야 도대체?
Damn! You're bleeding. Now you'll see what we do with
Show
criminals,
what you're made
bastard.
of.
에헤이 한 대 맞히면 안 되는데?
I'm bleeding.
Punishment by the blade. My favorite. What do you want?
그런 갖고 와라.
The pillory's too good for you. I'll chop you up on the spot. Useless!
Take that fucker out, damn
옆에서
it!
치지 말라고.
I'm just getting warmed up, you shit!
You're no match for us, fucker.
옆에서 치지 말라고.
Punishment by the blade. My favorite.
Don't think I won't cut you to pieces.
Now you'll see what we do with criminals, bastard.
막아야 돼.
Show your stuff!
근데 안돼 옆에 막아야지.
Fucker! The pillory.
어우, 힘들었다. 뭘 훔쳐야 되지? 돈만 훔칩시다, 돈만. 친구는 돈. 탑 열쇠랑 다 있네. 여기서 세이브 한 번 더 해주고요. 음식에서 천수국 탕약 하나 먹고, 그 다음에 세이브 한 20개, 20 몇 개 있으니까 천천히 해도 될 겁니다. 세이브 천천히 해가면서 빵? 10kg짜리요? 불쌍한 친구들. 책방을 좀 책을 찾아야 될 것 같은데. 야, 가라. 뭐 범죄 저지른 거는 지금 뭐 아무 문제가 없어요. 그게 중요한 게 아니니까. 범죄를 저지른 거는 아무 의미가 없습니다. 별 의미가 없죠. 나중에 돈 주고 다 갚으면 되니까. 내가 누군지 아느냐 하면 되니까 상관이 없습니다. 여기 성인가 본데? 여기, 저기 2층엔 없었고, 여기 1층인가? 저기를 가서 구경하면 되는 거고. 여기 누가 있나? 내가 처음에 왔던 곳? 자, 그러면 이제 성 안으로 들어가서 도둑질을 해보도록 하죠. 나는 책을 찾아야 되니까. 여긴가? 오.
Now you're gonna get it!
No! Someone help!
책을 찾아라. 이건가? 여기 아니고. 책이 없어. 2층. 책이 없는데? 책이? 이거 맞나? 오, 재밌는 이야기책. 재밌는 이야기책이 필요했구나. 약간 소설책 같은 게 이제 읽고 싶어가지고 공주님이 간 김에 책도 좀 찾아가지고 오거라 한 거고. 이것도 훔칠 수 있나? 모래시계 강틀리 뭐 없네. 그 K풍경. 어디 있어? K폰. 방금 봤던 곳이 한스가 있는 곳 같아요. 잠금을 해제한다라고 써 있었으니까 저긴 것 같습니다. 뭐 좋은 게 없냐 얘네들? 그지야? 뭐야? 그진가 본데? 여긴 것 같으니까 누구? 한스다 한스. 괜히 왔나? 쟤 또 나 공격할 것 같은데? 맞네. 주사위 놀이 하고 있었던 거 보니까 한스가
What is
아니네?
happening? Who are you?
Quiet. If you make a peep, we're done for.
Henry?
나다 주인놈아.
Good God, Henry.
나밖에 없지?
How did you... What are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing? Hunting boar? Came to save your noble arse.
My noble ass thanks you. Oh, how did you get here?
I'll tell you
역시
later.
헨리죠.
Who's this?
Vauquelin-Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. At your service.
Brabant led the defense at Kuttenberg. He's Sigismund's prisoner, same as me.
And I came very close to holding the town. Besides...
There's no time for chit-chat. He's our ally. We can't leave him behind.
같이 가.
Right, no doubt you've got a cunning plan for us to get out of here, right? Well, let's hear it.
주사위 놀이?
Of course I have a plan. Listen, I got to the fortress through a secret passageway that old Ruthard told me about. Von Bergov knows nothing about it.
C'est magnifique. Very cunning.
They know in the fortress now that something's up, but we can handle it. We're lucky von Bergov left the fortress along with von Aulitz and some of the garrison. So I'll take you to that passageway, and we'll get out of here. We'll get to the forest not far from here. I'll have some horses ready there. We'll be gone before you can say the Lord's Prayer.
Formidable! I call that an elegant plan. I myself had to sneak like that once during the siege of Arezzo. So, what are we waiting for? On y va?
Wait. A passageway, you say? A dark, narrow passageway?
Well, it's just a passageway. There's a bit of water in it to wade through, but nothing we can't handle.
그런 걸 따지고 있어?
You can forget about it. I'm
귀정놈
not going
진짜.
through any passageway.
귀정놈. 뭐라고요?
What? Let me repeat. No
그럼 정면으로
passageway
정문으로
for
가.
me.
그러면.
It's not the chivalrous way.
It is not chivalrous, c'est vrai, but in our situation, it is more than delicious.
그러면 비밀 통로가 최선의 방법입니다. 그럼 어쩌자고요?
How would you like to get
나도
out of
비밀
here
통로로 가는 거
chivalrously, your
싫은데.
lordship?
What do I know? We could maybe break down the gate.
Un moment. Henri, you said that Von Bergov left. Is that not so?
Yes.
And what about horses? Are there any horses left here?
I think there's a couple, yeah. In the lower courtyard.
그래 그게 낫겠다. 그게.
That will be enough. We just have to get to
오,
them.
좋은데?
But I think we could get there stealthily. It is not far from the tower to the stables. Then you simply open the gate, et voila, we are gone. Just like I escaped when surrounded by that English dog John Oakwood. It may not be the best plan. It was not back then either. But we simply had no other choice.
That's a wonderful plan. No passageways. But
새끼
we need
진짜.
some weapons.
Exactement. To have a proper piece of steel in my hand again. Preferably Milanese, although
미라누스.
I would be satisfied with something local.
한스 누구한테 무기를 줘? 아씨 잠깐만 내 거를
Thanks, Henry. I feel
나
better
무기를 좀
already.
더 챙겨올 걸 그랬다.
Nice piece. And what do you have for me?
I don't have another weapon right now. Hopefully we'll find one later.
C'est incroyable! I have fought on the battlefields of 5 countries, but I do not get a weapon. I take this personally.
Don't complain, damn it. According to what you told us, you can handle 10 men with your bare hands. So now you have a chance to show us. Henry?
경로를 정찰하겠습니다.
I'll go ahead and scout it out. When there's a suitable moment, I'll let you know and you can head out.
And how will you let us know?
Well, the stables can be seen from the entrance hall. If you signal us with a torch from next to the horses, we'll head towards you.
Agreed. Good idea. Wait for my light.
But you must be absolutely certain that the way is clear. If you have any doubt, do not risk our lives. Better to come back to us, and we shall go together.
저 코
And
삐뚤어졌다.
if we don't hear from you or see your signal for a long time, we'll try to make it on our
야,
own.
그럴 일은
Précisément.
없습니다.
We cannot sit here forever.
Right. Got it. I'm off.
Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go to the window.
무기 없어 무기?
Better if you watch the stairs.
무기가 없다고? 무기 없어 무기? 참나. 기다려봐 내가 무기 찾아가지고 올게. 얘는 어디?
Them because I smell them.
공은 뭐 훔치냐? 어이구. 무기 사냥용품? 아 그래도 기족인데 저런 거 주면 안 되지. 무기가 있을 텐데 무기 없어? 무기가 있을 텐데 전 무기를 좀 찾아보고. 여기 있네. 롱소드. 이거. 브리건딩 갑옷? 시인성, 가시성, 매력. 오, 좋다 이거. 챙기고. 건들리 하나씩 챙기고. 이거 어디야? 한번 열었던 거. 일단은 저 올라가서 친구한테 고기를 좀 주고.
I have some steak.
Très bien, give it. Now I will show you what a cavalier Vauclin Brabant is. Aux armes!
그래, 너도 무기 챙겨다 줬고 내가. 그 다음에 임무가 뭐죠? 말레쇼프에서 탈출하는 거고, 한스 케이폰을 데리고 말이 있는 곳으로 가시오. 말이 있는 곳. J. 아, 근처네. 근처입니다. 근처. 가져갈 게 없니? 여기는 위치가 그렇지. 이쪽으로 해서 뭐가 없나? 세이브하고. 마구간이 병사가 없는데? 걔를 죽였어.
Fuck this!
No! Leave me alone!
지금 도와줄 사람 아무도 없어요. 다 죽였어요. 세이브도 다 됐고.
Well, that's that. Now we just need to wait for Capon. Lord Jesus Christ, stand by our side.
왜 안 와? 저렇게 열심히 뛰어다니면 뭐해? 얘들 왜 안 오니? 온다. 문을 여시오? 에? 이거? 열어.
I must admit, mes amis, the last time I have had such a suspense was when I was rescuing the King of France.
We, monsieur, are surely brave. And fortune favors the brave. Free at last!
Thank you for coming for me, Henry. you're a great friend. The best I could wish for.
After today, you may also count me among your friends. I, Vauquelin Brabant, chevalier, aventurier et voyageur. I'm at your service, mon brave Henri. And I have an excellent idea. In your honor, I shall name my new horse after you.
Pleased to meet you, Sir Vacula.
My name is Vauquelin.
Vocula?
Vauquelin.
Vauquelin. Vauquelin.
Vocla... would you mind if I just call you Brabber?
Brabant. En.
Brabon?
Que peut-on y faire? It will have to do. Do not concern yourself, mon ami. Clearly, you are not talented in any art or conversation. But at least you have courage and other skills. You carried out the entire operation truly brilliantly. I could not have done it much better myself. And look, mon ami, how the fresh air suits Monsieur Chapon. He has finally stopped drawing in self-pity.
What self-pity, damn it? I was locked up for days in a tiny stinking room.
Ah, come now, mon cher. Luck was simply not on your side for once. That is all. Now we are finally free. The time has come for grand deeds. I did not waste my time in captivity. I fought everything over diligently. Listen.
Please, I'd prefer not to.
What's your plan, Sir Baron?
An heroic deed about which hordes shall one day be composed, similar to my feat in the famous Battle of Arezzo.
But what would you do now?
What if we were to journey to Vienne? We could assemble a company and liberate Le Roi Wenceslas.
That would be excellent. If the king were to return, the nobility would definitely support him. Sigismund would have to withdraw.
Précisément. And what is more, our names would be sung throughout the kingdom. Undoubtedly, we would also earn a rich reward too. Then I would invite the best stonemason from France and build Monsieur Chapeau a castle that even Chevalier Hanush would envy.
You must be mad. You've been free less than a day, and you're already thinking up ways to get yourself killed. I'd rather endure Hanush's preaching about my incompetence than listen to this chatter. We'll see what happens next. But the first thing that I need is to get good and drunk. We should spur the horses on. God knows, they might be hot on our heels. Yeah!
아, 죽여가지고 쫓아올 사람은 없어요. 괜찮아요. 다 치워진다.
Such destruction and havoc.
War. Monsieur Chapon, you have yet to participate in a real battle. But I fought against les Valaques at Naples, and les Anglais in Bourgogne. And that is how war looks, whether in Italy or La Bohème. It is always the same.
That's not war, it's barbarism. What value did this village have?
Eh bien, I would estimate 5 courtyards. Annual revenues could be perhaps several hundred groschen.
That's not what I meant, Bacalin. No fortress. Maybe one fortified courtyard. Practically insignificant militarily. That's not how war should be fought. This is unjust.
Do not give way to sentimentality, monsieur. A village could harbor spies and saboteurs or supply the enemy, and destroying enemy assets is an effective tool of war. Wars are not decided only in battles. There are not even many of those. To strike in the rear, make the enemy lose and bleed. That is how most conflicts are fought. However, wait a year or two, the village will be settled. The population will increase again. That is how it always happens.
But we're the nobility. Our task is to lessen the chances of such things happening. Here!
와, 대군이다, 대군. 오! 한우시경? 열받아서 없구만. 어떤 새끼야 하고.
In the whole wide world, we run into this pair of scoundrels.
I fucked everything up.
Oh, get up, lad. Everyone makes mistakes. Only a better man owns up to them. At least we know now what kind of vermin we're dealing with.
What brings you here? We just escaped from Malashov, and right now...
There's no time for haste. One thing at a time, my boy. Word reached Rat-Eye that you pair got yourselves into a nice mess. I'm glad to see you both in one piece. So, let's hear it. What happened?
It's best if Henry tells you. I wasn't around for half of it.
처음부터 일이 꼬였습니다. 이거 잃으면 안 되지.
No sooner had we spied Trotsky on the horizon than everything started to go to hell. We made camp by a pond with the intention of heading for the castle at first light, only we were ambushed by bandits in the evening. They killed all our men and took everything they could carry, including the letter for von Berghoff.
And how did you two manage to get out alive?
Just by a stroke of good luck. We were both in a bad way. We might not have made it if a local herb woman hadn't taken care of us.
Only after that, we couldn't get into the castle, though. We looked like a pair of beggars.
And the bastards treated us as such.
But you did get into Trotsky in the end, didn't you?
Von Berghoff was behaving oddly right from the start. But we had no idea what was behind it. It all came out after we set out with von Berghoff's men to deal with the bandits who were rampaging in his domain. The same ones who attacked us at the start.
Only they ambushed us and took me and Henry captive for ransom.
But it turned out these very outlaws are on our side. They're fighting for King Wenceslas on the orders of Sokol of Lamberg.
Well, I'll be damned.
So von Berghoff has been the real enemy all this time. And Zhishka is actually our ally.
Zhishka. He's the captain of those outlaws. That name doesn't ring a bell.
I think you'll meet him soon enough.
What impression did he make on you?
He's an interesting fella. Handy with a weapon, but also pretty tricky. It's best to keep a fella like that on your side.
He made quite an impression on me, for one. I'll be happy to see him again. But if only it didn't have to be in Raborsh. Why Raborsh? Of all the places in the world.
We're riding to a gathering of King Wenceslas's supporters. If fortune favors us, the future fate of the kingdom will be decided there.
If we keep standing around here gabbing about it, it'll be decided without us.
Patience, my friend. This pair have just returned from the clutches of the enemy. No doubt they have something to tell us.
Like how in the devil did you manage to escape?
I was helped by the Ruthard family, the former rulers of Malashov, in exchange for dealing with some trouble they had with Ulrich of Raditz.
Ulrich Vavak? But he's the mint master.
Well, he won't be for long, if it comes to light that he's been putting his sticky fingers on the royal silver.
It seems you've been pretty busy.
But don't forget to say what you found out from von Berghoff in Malashov.
Sigismund has convened the city council. Markvart von Aulitz will be there with him, too. The word is, Sigismund is going to make an important announcement there.
He picked a nice time for it. But at least he won't be sticking his nose into what's going on around.
뭐라고 해야 되지? 첩자로 보내야 합니다. 저도 좀 쉬고 싶습니다. 이건 아니고요.
Can we go to Raborsh with you? We could certainly use a drink, a bite to eat, and a comfortable bed.
I wish I could say yes, son, but the city council assembly is a big opportunity. Young Lord Capon will go with us to Raborsh, but you'll have to return to the city right away. and try to worm your way into the town hall.
What? How can I get in there? I can't just walk in off the street.
You've got the dirt on Vavak, and you don't know how to use it?
너무 많은 걸 바라는데 나한테?
Just tell him either he gets you into the council chamber, or you get him on the gallows.
그런 방법이 있었구나.
It's worth a try, right?
I hope that assembly really is important. If Sigismund is just going to announce an increase in taxes, there's not much point in my being there.
Well, at least you can enjoy watching the long faces of the councillors when they hear it. And don't worry, I'll eat and drink in Rabosh on your behalf.
If I come back and find you there under lock and key again, I'll leave you to rot.
T'inquiète. I will go as well, and I will not let your friend out of my sight.
Hans? Who's this?
Vaclin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo, at your service.
He was a captive of Lord von Bergov's, like me. He defended Kuddenberg against Sigismund.
In that case, he'll be a welcome guest at Rabosh.
You don't know what you're promising, Baron. Watching Sir Hans is a job and a half.
The main thing is to watch out for yourself, Henry. As soon as you can do so without raising suspicion, come and join us.
He'll manage it, but now we really need to hit the road.
Safe travel, Henry.
Adieu et bonne chance.
And to you. Hopefully we'll meet soon. I ought to go and see Rosa when I'm in town. No doubt she'd like to know how it went with that book.
내 말은 이 말을 탈 필요는 없고 내 말을 끄고 이동하겠습니다. 여기서 기도하고 갔죠. 아니네. 여기서 기도한 게 아니네. 일단 현재 위치를 확인하고 말레쇼프에서 여기까지 지금 왔어요. 제가 어떻게 해야 되냐? 버려진 대장간, 불탄 메졸레스, 둥지. 지금은 로사의 책을 가져다 주고 말레쇼프에서 있었던 일을 말하고, 왕의 책략은 나중에 하도록 하고, 오늘은 메인 하나 끝냈으니까 책 갖다 주고, 좀 보조 임무 같은 거 있으면 이제 그런 거 좀 하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 레벨이, 나의 레벨은 26. 조금 더 올랐으면 좋겠는데.
Go!
Ka!
안개가 이렇게 낀 건가? 안개가?
Go! Go! Quick! Ka! 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 Ka!
About the greatest evil and danger on God's earth, men's cruelty and wickedness.
Greetings to you.
Good morning to you.
Do you need help with anything? I'm looking for work.
I don't. But if you're not afraid of hard labor, try asking at the mill. The miller always needs help. Anyway, old Marchal's got other things to grind besides flour at the moment.
What do you mean?
Rumour has it some strumpet shacked up with him, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since.
Keeping his nose to a different grindstone, then?
You could say that. As they say, if you want to see an old man act the fool, give him a young woman.
How do I get to the mill?
Head southwest till you reach the river. Then follow it upstream. It's a huge mill in the middle of nowhere. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
월판에 방앗간이 하나 있다고? 이거는 이게 아니겠지?
Go! Quick!
Whoa, whoa.
Go! Quick!
Whoa. You almost made it. Tough luck.
오, 이게 뭐야? 은덩어리야. 와. 은덩어리가 있었어.
Go! Ja! Ja!
뭐지? 어떻게 주인이 죽어가지고 왜 죽었지? 핏자국도 없고. 어떻게? 뭔 일이 있었던 건가?
Die! Go! Die! 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 Whoa! Whoa! Ka! Die! Whoa! Whoa!
여기는 못 들어가는 곳인가? 비밀 통로 같은 데도 없고. 그러네, 없네. 없어.
Chief, I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Greetings, Sonny.
I'd like to learn something.
What do you want to know?
I'd like to get faster at shooting.
I'll tell you some interesting things. God be with you.
I'd like to learn something.
What do you want to know?
I need some tips on how to stay hidden in a crowd.
Fine, but it'll take some time.
I'm sorry.
customers have been singing your praises recently. I do the best I can.
I'm glad to hear it.
Well, when I wash their hair, I give them a head and...
What can I do?
Well,
I'm glad you found what you needed, sir. What would you like?
My body is in.
What'll it be?
I could.
My.
Well,
All right.
I'll glad.
I hope you enjoyed that. I like it when a man is satisfied. And come back again any time. I'd be happy to see you.
I apologize.
When I wash their hair, I give them a
Shit off.
Praise be Jesus Christ.
Good. Take it, man.
Always glad to see polite people like you. God be with you.
Greetings.
Did you hear who died?
Ha! I thought it was old.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
By the way, like you were saying about that book,
My favorite book? Pray tell, did you find it?
as I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon von Bergov's chambers, and there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
You really found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through it and see what it's about?
Actually not.
That's too bad. I think you would like it. And perhaps even learn a thing or two.
Why do you think so?
I just think you might find some common ground with the author. Not in absolutely everything, of course. That's just not possible. But in basic matters, I believe you'd agree. Look, you've never thought about writing something.
Me? And what would I write?
How should I know? Poetry, a novel, a treatise, or a whole book?
That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
There are still a few blank pages left, so we could finish writing it together. You and me. What do you think?
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
My pleasure.
How should I start?
You haven't thought of anything yet?
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal part.
Both? Well, fine. And what should I do?
Just tell me what you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
There are heaps of stories about men, so I propose one about a woman.
All right, a woman then. But I'd need to know more about her.
Such as...
Tell me one trait that is important for you. What would impress you in a girl?
I admire courage in girls. They're weaker than men, and life is rarely easy for them, but they still don't give up.
Do you know one like that? Tell me about her.
How could I not? After all, I'm looking at her.
You think I'm brave? Father says I'm more rash, always acting before thinking.
Well, nobody's perfect. But in my opinion, you're certainly brave.
Enough, you flatterer, or I shall blush. We'd better get to writing. Let's say we write about a woman who is brave and isn't afraid to say what she thinks. Would she do it for herself or for someone else?
For herself. She can afford to be a little selfish for once.
That may be true, but I still think it would sound better if she were also defending the interests of someone else. I'll figure it out somehow. Well, just about finished.
Well, let's have a look.
Not yet. Something's missing.
What?
A picture. I don't trust myself with proper illumination, but I think I can handle a sketch, especially if you'll be my model.
What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Lie on the ground on your stomach and swing your legs, but not much. Like you're lazing around.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad.
뭐야 이게? 이게 뭐야 이게?
Well, now we're done.
Oh, finally. I'm sore all over.
Your suffering is over. Come take a look at what we've done. Your reward.
다 됐나요?
This book won't be getting any more done.
뭐라고 이거? 피로연 축배. 안타깝게도 나는 신부를 모르기 때문에 신랑에게 축하를 보내지 못했다. 신랑을 너무 잘 알기 때문에 신부에게 축하를 보낼 수도 없었다. 순진한 척? 어떤 청년이 자신의 연인을 다정하게 끌어안으며 말했다. 혹시 내가 첫사랑이야? 그럴지도 몰라. 연인은 대답했다. 전에 어디서 만난 것 같거든. 생각하는 것이 아는 것은 아니다. 구텐버그 어떠한 달인 점쟁이를 찾아가서 점을 보려고 했다. 점쟁이는 그의 손바닥을 유심히 들여다보고는 이렇게 말했다. 아이가 있으시군요. 그건 네 생각이지. 손주했지. 묘지기의 농담. 매일 밤 남편이 있는 곳을 정확히 아는 여자를 뭐라고 부를까? 과부다. 재혼한 호랍이. 뭐야 이게. 남편은 그 말에 부끄러워하며 아내의 말이 옳다는 것을 인정했다. 그래서 도시의 행정관인 플러멜은 지금까지 이 일에 대해서는 전혀 아는 바가 없다. 뭐야 이게.
So what about that story of ours? Tell me your impressions.
좋아요.
That's nice. A bit didactic, but not to the point of boring moral bludgeoning. And that's the way it should be. Sermons for ordinary people work in a similar way. They entertain and encourage, with a few lessons added in between.
You see, when I lead mass one of these days, I'll certainly think of you. And what about the sketch? For such a slapdash job, it's not bad, right?
Oh, it's pretty, really. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
I know I'm no master illuminator, But otherwise, I think we can be quite satisfied. And thank you for the help. I really enjoyed it.
Well, so did I. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better.
No beating around the bush. How about that? Please do stop by sometime. I wager it will be enlightening for both of us. Perhaps I can show you my collection of hunting trophies.
로사의 책도 끝났습니다. 얘한테도 뭘 배울 수 있을까?
You said you could teach me something. What did you have in mind?
If you ask nicely, I'll share some of my hard-earned wisdom with you.
Very well then, Lady Know-It-All. Let's say then I come on bended knee. What scholarship can you pass on to me?
That depends on what you're interested in. There's a whole world hidden inside of books I could talk to you about for days on end. Or if you prefer actions instead of words, I can show you a few shooting tricks. But I warn you in advance that it will not come free. After all, there's nothing more valuable than scholarship. So, what would you like?
I'd like to expand my horizons a little. What's the last thing you read, for instance? Anything interesting?
You'd better believe it. I only read interesting things, and I can talk about them for hours.
Could you teach me something?
Why not? But I warn you in advance. So,
I'd like you to... You shoot like a... Well...
I prefer the term Amazon.
Will you teach me?
Listen closely, so I don't have to repeat myself.
You're always welcome here, good sir.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
God bless you, sir.
Welcome, Goodman. What will it be?
I'll have a...
I've got a feeling you're... I'll have to knock that off. How much do you want? Here. Many... I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Not too bad today, eh?
What do you need? I'll have... I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Go to heaven. The prelates spout empty words. Leather pouches, pouches, belts, straps, all from the finest leather.
How can I help? Show me. Thank you, sir. And come again.
Grüß.
I'll have...
Danke. Das war ein gutes Geschäft, mein Herr.
Crackling flatbread. Twice greased.
Big strong pots. Pots here, twice by.
Good evening.
What do you have for sale?
True enough. Need to pay the tithe and give something to the church for my father's requiem mass.
And what did he do?
My God, my respect.
Guten Tag, mein Freund. Grüß dich.
I'll have...
Danke und viel Glück für die Zukunft, mein Herr.
What would you like? I'll have...
Good day to you.
What do you have?
Pardon me.
I'm sorry. It's like I'm invisible or something.
better not forget about that council assembly.
Christ, pardon me.
I'm sorry.
God be with.
What do you have?
Happy to be of service, sir.
I'm sorry.
Good morning to you. We're now open. Apples, juice. Apples, yellow and red. Come and buy some apples.
I apologize.
You can go to the town hall every Sunday, where the city scribe will write down his name and his donation, so you can be sure that all the food will reach its.
Come closer. Don't be shy.
You're old. Welcome, Goodman. Greeting.
What do you have for...
I hope you find what you're looking for next time. Pirates of Steel. Donations will be kept at the town hall, so the whole city remembers who has the common good at heart.
Of course, you're right. That's not true at all. Christ, pardon me.
Excuse me?
What can I do? Hola. Thank you, sir. And come again.
But it's... Grüß Gott.
Hola.
Danke. Das war ein gutes Geschäft, mein Herr. Willkommen! Schön, dich zu sehen.
The city council will be convening soon. I better get a move on.
May God give you help, sir.
Glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the City Council Assembly, and I reckon you can help me.
The Assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Sigismund's just a usurper. Wenceslas is the only true Bohemian king.
Singing Ruthard's song, eh? I might have known. Speak then. What do you want? And tell the truth.
I want to know what Sigismund tells the council. I hear it'll be important.
You want to spy? Do you know what you're risking? And what I'd be risking? Forget it.
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders, you better shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
And how about a few groschen to seal our fruitful relationship?
You're worse than a horse dealer. Have it your way, then. You can get into the council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an opportunity to serve the King of Hungary.
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta Cooldown. He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work as a waiter there?
Fast feet and good manners. And the livery of a royal waiter.
Excuse me?
Or do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt and muddy hose?
Well, no. But I never heard about any livery before.
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there without it.
Where can I find the cook's boy?
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow practically lives at that Tin Hen.
At the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is Zum Eisernen Adler.
What would work on him? How can I persuade him to give me his job?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him? I told you how to get to the assembly. Now do your part.
I'll be going then. See you at the council.
Just make sure we both come out of it alive.
Don't be shy.
At your
Get
service,
closer and
sir.
take a look. Quality goods here.
It happens.
I'm sorry. Here they are.
Greetings. I'd like to...
Surely you can wait a while. I have a customer here. Here you are. The finest fabric. Intricate work. You won't find the likes anywhere else in this town.
No more than I'd expect after the amount they cost. Thanks. I'll gladly recommend you if anyone asks. And you impatient fella, what was it you wanted?
You must be Franta Cooldown.
I am. And who might you be?
I'm Henry. I heard you're supposed to serve at the City Council Assembly.
I am. What's it to you?
Supposing I took the job on for you. You can put your feet up, fill your belly, and I'll do all the work for you.
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Apart from that, it's a bit of a pain in the arse. Them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling wine, while I run around like a bugger with pitchers so they don't run dry. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
I just have to get in there, understand? I have an important message for the king about a plot against him.
But why would you want to get to him as a waiter?
But it could be that someone from the council is mixed up in it, so I have to be incognito. See?
I see. All right, then. To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Well, to tell the truth, I'm not exactly an expert.
You're off to a great start, but whatever. If you make a mess of it and the king has you whipped, you've no one to blame but yourself. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse. Clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. Hopefully it'll sit better on you. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You'd better not.
Come and buy the finest canvas.
New wares.
A wonderful day for a wonderful broadcloth.
Not your day, eh? What did you do?
That's
Nothing.
right, good old pillory.
Really?
Were you expecting a different answer?
What if I freed you?
I'd scarper, obviously.
How's it going? I expect that's not very comfortable on your back.
Fuck my back. I can hardly feel it anymore.
reap
Recently
what
some
you
joker
sow.
passed by and put a dead fish in my breeches. So you don't end up here too.
At your service.
Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
Franta's not coming? What's wrong with him?
He crippled his leg. He can't even stand up. Never mind serve guests.
Is it serious? That's all we need. Having to find a new waiter.
No, it won't come to that. It just looks like a twisted ankle. A few days, and he'll be right as rain.
All right. Well, I suppose we'll just have to manage with you for today. We can't be without a waiter here, when the king himself will need waiting on. So, let's have a look at you. Have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure. Here it is.
Everything's in order. Now, about your livery. You've got a waiter's cap, a tunic you have. Hose are good. You can put your steel aside in front of the council chamber, along with your other stuff. You won't be needing it anyway. You don't want to be dragging a load if you're running around tables. Everything as it should be. Glad to see it, lad. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great responsibility.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
I should certainly hope not. Now listen. A good waiter should stand in a corner, look willing and ready, and not get in anyone's way. In short, behave as if you're not there. But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you run and pour it for him on the double. You'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take one and go to their table and pour for them. White Tokai or red monastery wine.
White or red, by the door to the chapel. Got it.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarzhitz, you must not pour at all. When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble, so the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow that to happen in the presence of the king.
All right. Sir Adam of Zarzhitz stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
To stay in the background and keep quiet until someone asks me something.
Correct. The councillors have a lot to discuss, and they certainly don't need any interruptions. And in general, a good waiter has to be invisible, blind, and deaf.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you. Understood?
What if I make a mess of something, though?
Then I'll see to it that you won't get a job even mopping the floor in the hole in the wall.
But I'm sure that's not going to happen. So, are you prepared?
I know everything I need to. I can do it.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve with a lighter load. You can wait in the cubbyhole for the servants.
There are the pictures of
Our
wine.
current Waffen arsenal is a
Hopefully I
joke.
won't splash
And on
anyone's
top of
shoes.
that, the army was requisitioning from it.
Hey, boy,
Should the
a
town
full cup
reserve
of
have
monastery
worse
wine.
weapons than any Räuber in the domain?
What are you getting at, Eldris?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed Hinnick, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That Hackenbücher.
Come now, waiter. I want it
Hand
red.
cannon. Can you believe it? Where did they get them?
You're the one who should know where they got
excuse
them,
me.
since you're a gunsmith.
What are you implying, Friedrich? All I'm saying
apologize,
is
sir.
that they had them.
Which
in
wine?
Herrgott.
Red.
It is
Am
eine
I
Schande
speaking in
when
Latin?
outlaws have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize what Schwierigkeiten this is.
Come now,
The
waiter.
Dry
I
Devil
want
is
it red.
running free. There are Raubritter everywhere
Sir?
in the region. We have the army bearing down, and you want
Thank
to
you,
defend
waiter.
yourselves with a few rusty halberds.
And who is it you want to fight, exactly? The merciful King Sigismund is providing us with protection, isn't he?
Der König and his army will not be here forever.
Shut up! The king can arrive at any moment.
Waiter,
What
get
if
me
he
white.
hurt you?
What then? We're sitting atop the biggest silver heap in the kingdom, and we're supposed to defend it with brooms?
You're right, Eldris. But where can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always
Hey, where's my
confiscate
white?
the property of the king's enemies, nicht wahr?
We are more than familiar with the jämmerlich state of our
I'm sorry,
armory.
sir.
And the king is
Orders
surely
from
aware
above.
of it as well.
This is unbelievable.
Maybe if he waived some of the taxes?
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubritter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always ask the king to bring order to the realm with his army.
But then the
Hey, waiter,
Dörfler will
pour me
rise
some
up.
monastery
I'm
wine.
afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and see what His Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change his mind. Vielleicht?
Monastery wine here.
Careful.
Sir?
Well, thank the Lord.
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness of the city
Waiter,
and
get
the
me
state
white.
of the public baths.
You mean baths or brothels?
Isn't it the same thing?
So, the cleanliness of the city is not what it
Hey,
should
where's
be.
my white?
The current baths in the city fall far
I'd like
short
to
of
oblige,
covering all the
but
citizens'
I'm not
needs.
allowed.
This
You're
is
right.
unbelievable.
We do have the new bats and hop rings, and Adam's old ones, but I hear the hop ring bats are more of a pigsty.
They still are a bit, but the quality went downhill at Adams.
More wine,
too.
Master Bailiff.
What?
I have enough.
Pray tell.
Come
I thought
closer.
you were a frequent customer there. Or has he grown tired of...
I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, he'll turn the city upside down to find the culprit. Go and get it. And don't you make a mess there, understand?
The need for cleanliness and citizens' health should not be underestimated.
I can't. I'm supposed to serve the lords.
You're supposed to do what you're told. But suit yourself. I'll go and get it myself after the assembly.
There for free as well. And while he's there, a man can shave and take a...
I'm sorry.
You know what.
So what? Going to the baths is neither a civic duty nor a right.
Have you forgotten the Black Death? A great many people died needlessly.
Are you questioning God's
Tokai,
plan?
and a full
The
cup.
Black Death had nothing to do with the baths. Unless the Lord
apologise,
wishes
sir.
to punish the wickedness
way?
that's going on in there.
Colorblind?
Keeping the city
White.
clean is important, but we don't have money to spare. Arguing about who is going to wash where and how is a waste of time.
It's only a waste of time because we're always arguing about the same thing.
Not at all. If you'd finally admit that it's a trifle,
Boy,
you wouldn't have to keep
where is
coming
my
back
white?
to it.
A trifle? Do you ever walk the streets here? Sewage,
I'm sorry.
rats, slop,
wasn't
and
paying
rubbish.
attention.
The least we can do for the citizens is to provide them with a place to wash up.
What nonsense! Next, you'll want me to serve wine to everyone for free, too.
Why not? In Jerome Nas's earthly paradise, everything would be free.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Gentlemen, let's agree to disagree.
I'm sorry.
The king heard us.
I got word that Rutard has pulled off another deed.
That's nothing unusual. That old weasel will never accept that the city isn't run his way, at least until His Majesty honors us with his visit. And as we know, Gunslin absolutely hates him.
He can hate all he wants, as long as he does no damage. Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
some Tokai.
Refill, boy.
I'm not sure what you're implying.
I'm speaking about the Rutard incident. You were there, weren't you?
Oh, that. Just a small misunderstanding.
I apologise,
We've sorted
sir.
it out and everything's
Which one?
settled.
Are you
My ears
colorblind?
must be deceiving me.
White.
Are you defending Rutard? Besides, if his men attacked yours, as I've heard, then
sir.
we have a good reason to punish him.
What happened there? Leave
Well,
nothing out.
Thank the Lord.
I don't like Rutard, true, but in this case it really was nothing.
Everyone in the city gossiped about it. I heard there were several dead.
Did you? That's grossly exaggerated. I don't think Rutard will cause any trouble. He is sensible enough not to draw attention to himself while the king is here.
That's true. Because if we don't do something about
Boy,
him, the king
I'd
himself
like
will
some
put an
white.
end to him, and soon.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. Let's move on.
I'm sorry.
Are they
Andreas,
only
but
just
I wouldn't
pressing
rush it
the
off so
grapes
quickly.
for the Tokai?
Why do I have the feeling you're not telling us the whole
Thank you,
truth,
waiter.
Ulrich?
Are you accusing me of lying?
Those are strong words, my friend. Nobody said anything like that, did they?
Then why doesn't he tell us what really happened?
I'm not keeping anything from you, but there's little truth to the rumors circulating around the town. Yes, Rutard and I had a little disagreement, but we ended it quickly because his daughter wanted to get involved. I didn't want to expose the girl to any unpleasant sights.
So Rutard is hiding behind his own daughter's skirts.
As if it wasn't enough that he sent his son to die defending the city.
All right. If we really don't have anything new to say, let's turn the page.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some adventurers decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of duels. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. I could understand it with mercenaries, students, and other scum of all kinds, but city councillors?
Be specific, Forsooker. Are you blaming
I'd
one
like
of us?
some monastery
Ah,
wine.
and look
Refill
who
my
spoke
cup,
first.
boy.
First of all, it wasn't a duel. It was supposed to be an honorable combat. And I didn't even take part in it.
And that's the
Sir?
only reason you're still here on the council and not in the pillory.
Don't hang
You want to
around me.
blame somebody.
Vanish, you hear me?
should point the finger at the youngster here who's...
Excuse me?
Ah, never mind.
I suspect the gentleman from
안녕하세요,
the city's
어르크레이저님
sword fighting
반갑습니다.
school brought this custom to us. It's now run by the German men.
지금 술 시중 들고 있습니다.
Don't be ridiculous, Forsooker. You
Refill,
act like
sir.
you've never
You
been in
think
a
I come to
fight
the council
yourself.
just to guzzle
And to
wine? Come
accuse
here.
a swordsmaster without a shred of proof. We're not some old fishwives on the market.
can I help you with, sir?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take them. I can't just get up and walk out now. But if you disappear for a little while...
그럴 수는 없습니다.
I really shouldn't, sir.
A fine servant you are.
You can rest assured the whole town is already laughing at us all day long. So what if they have one more reason?
Hey, waiter!
My words
Pour me some
exactly.
monastery wine.
The town council is squabbling constantly at the Emperor Charles, and no one is left unscathed.
And you, a councillor,
얘는 술 주면 안 됩니다. 망나니라.
Orders from above.
Excuse me.
Try harder. Otherwise I'll soon give myself
Soon
away.
be out of customers.
Ah, to hell with it. We'll never get anywhere like this. Why waste our time?
시기스먼트가 온다고 해가지고 지금 대기하고 있습니다. 무슨 얘기를 하나. 시종을 드시오.
Pilgrimages to settlers, right under our noses. It's just a village with a monastery, and they are going to Mokarol mining city. Why can't we build faster?
You there,
Hire more
lad.
craftsmen, start
A
with
cup
night
of bread.
shifts.
Haven't you
And
noticed
don't
there's
you
a war
skip on
going
me.
on? Are the experts from far off supposed to work in a city under siege?
Besides, I get the feeling there's something other than the welfare of the city behind your complaints.
Oh, you do? Do you?
You, lad.
And what would that be?
Like, for instance,
Have we
that
met?
you'd like to have your own altar there?
So what if
I really
would?
couldn't say,
Hold
sir.
your horses, gentlemen.
I have a
space in
feeling
the side
I've
gate is
spoken
mine.
with you before,
Hell
too.
freezes over, my friend.
Or with
Your
someone who
place
looks
is
a
at least
hell
2
of a
steps
lot
behind
like you.
mine.
A swordsmith dares to insult me? Ha! I think not.
Excuse me? You wanted to buy yourself an altar in the cathedral, just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
How dare you? I acquired my seat for the services our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying equipment to the army. If that's all they have, they would be defeated by that bunch
Waiter,
of ne'er-do-wells
pour
from
me
the
red
alehouse
wine.
on Obrink.
What ne'er-do-wells?
Those wrestlers of theirs, of course. People from the whole town go to watch them brawl.
Oh, this is news to me.
Because it has all
Sir?
been sorted out. Not long ago, the guards raided
It's
and threw them
you?
all out.
I see
Ah,
you've
yes,
come up in the
I had
world.
forgotten.
From a bathhouse
What do we
boy
have
to
to
a
discuss
waiter.
next?
You'll go a long way.
I might make councillor one day.
You're a merry soul, lad. I like that.
I'm sorry.
제발 좀 빨리 와라. 왕 언제 오니? 왔다.
I'm telling you, something is being planned.
Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
Azonal Tüchegösse, Elegiop Katonaikat, ich Kelkinek Udra.
포도주를 주세요. 빨리 가서 따라줘. 바보 연기까지 하는 건가? 역시 헨리 대단해. 참나 저거 아유 진짜 저 타코야끼 저거.
You have nothing to fear. Not you.
Like this banner falls!
최종 목표가 저 친구죠. 죽여야 되는 친구. 왕이다 왕. 아 왕이래 신부님. 귀족 친구들? 보드윈 신부님? 여기서 아마 제일 셀걸? 저 친구가? 아 저 친구래 저 신부님이.
Now, father, put a little life into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
I'd rather be at one than here. I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memories?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20 years ago.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser. At your Ujit's parish, you spread the word of God to your flock, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. I'd say your father should be proud of you.
None of that matters a damn to him.
Who knows? Maybe that 20 years has changed a thing or two.
You know what? Let's drop the subject. Do you know any of the guests here?
Most of them I'm seeing for the first time in my life. It's a pretty varied company. We've had bandits, nobles, burghers, a priest, and even a rabbi coming together here. It's like the start of some joke.
Wait a moment. Rabbi, you say? The Gutenberg rabbi?
Yeah. He came with a retinue. But for now, they're keeping mostly to themselves. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your home. And you're a spiritual man too, so you should have something in common.
I wouldn't be too sure. But I suppose I can try. Who's that French fellow you brought here from Malashov?
The great Baron Brabant. Been everywhere, knows everything, and has the keys to half the kingdom. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be trusted?
He's a blabbermouth, but a harmless one. Besides, he defended Kuttenberg, and you know how that went. If he were on Sigismund's side, he'd hardly have been locked up with me.
How does it feel to breathe free air again?
What can I say? You can never truly appreciate freedom until someone locks you up for a while.
Or until you become a priest.
No fear of that in my case. I intend to enjoy life to the full. Wine, women, and song.
What do you plan to do now you're a free man again?
What do you think? Get drunk, woo one of the local wenches, and wake up in the morning with no hose and a head like a church bell.
Have you perchance forgotten we're supposed to be deciding the future of the kingdom here?
I'll leave that to the older and wiser. And duller.
Dear me. I'd rather creep off into some corner with a full wineskin. But I suppose I'll have to introduce myself to the rest of the guests, eh?
Indeed you should. After all, you are one of the lords of Rabosh.
Oh, don't start with that. I'd like to steer clear of the old man as long as I can.
In that case, you should sound out Radzig and Hanush and find out what they're actually planning.
Such rare guests. One wouldn't expect to find among Christians representatives of your community. I'm Godwin. My greetings to you.
Peace be with you. Neither would one expect a priest here. And yet...
How do you know I'm a priest?
It's not difficult to tell. After all, we have much in common. And we are both a little on unfamiliar ground here. I'm Yehuda, leader of the rabbinical court in the sacred community of Gutenberg. And this is Samuel, my aide.
Who would rather not be here at all. Why did we have to come here, Sadie? Can you not see everyone is staring at us?
Because we all need to help each other in this time of need. And why would they not stare when you are frowning so?
사업 때문에 오신 겁니까?
Are you here to arrange some trade?
We have more serious matters to attend to here than gaining a few groschen. The situation in the town and the kingdom is unsustainable. The whole land is on the brink of destruction. You have men and weapons. We have the means to sustain them.
Why are you telling this to a Koimer? You wanted to deliver what we brought to the Margrave and quickly leave.
Everything in good time, Samuel. We have just arrived, after all.
Did you come to lend money to the lords?
Not to lend, but to give. Help given to the needy is repaid only by God.
You don't even know if you can trust them. With that money, we could have paid mercenaries ourselves.
You remind me of my young friend Henry. He's a bit of a hothead too.
Henry? That messenger of Radzik Copula?
You know each other. You're both around the same age.
That would be him. But we did not get off to a very good start.
I reckon the two of you would hit it off. He's reliable and has his heart in the right place. For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. It's not so long since his parents were killed in Skalitz. He was supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead, he's roaming the world, risking his neck at every turn.
Wait, a blacksmith, you say? From Skalitz?
Aye, that's right. Did you know anyone there?
I knew of someone. A blacksmith by the name of...
마틴이
My
아빠입니다.
daughter knew him most, and that is why Samuel is in this world. For our numerous sins.
Maybe he was my father, but he certainly didn't act like one. Ma raised me on her own.
And that was all for the best.
Why? He should have taken care of me, but instead he fathered another bastard.
Don't make hasty judgments. As far as I know, Martin didn't have any other children. At least, none of his own. He took in Henry and raised him as his own, on the orders of the Lord of Skalitz, Sir Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's blood father denied him, just like yours did to you.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough. I'd rather have a drink. Will you have one too, Zayde?
For that, there will be more suitable times.
Good health.
L'chaim.
Warring is no solution. Even that gloomy captain knows that. What is it? Jishka. It's easy for him to rouse people to war when he has nothing to lose.
다음 라이벌 친구는
Well capable of raising hell, even without an army. And with one.
I'm glad you finally accepted my invitation.
Good health to you, sir. I'm Godwin, a friend of that lad you arrived with, Henry. We don't know each other.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. The last of my line. I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word. Isn't that exhausting?
Mais non! And I'm glad to meet a new friend.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Baron. I knew right away we'd hit it off. How did you end up imprisoned in Malashov?
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Gothenburg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some explanation. What unfortunate turn of events?
Oh, misère. It is clear you have never been to war.
So, be so kind as to enlighten me.
When they broke through the defense, I ended up in captivity. It was only due to my acquaintances in a court that I escaped execution.
Oh. I thought it was Henry who saved your neck.
My neck was not at risk in Malashov. I may have still been a prisoner with my personal freedom restricted, but they never broke my spirit.
You say you're a poet. How about a verse or two to amuse us?
Jamais. Is poetry nothing but a fuss to you? Is a poet a gesture for amusement? I think not. To recite, I require the proper mood. And besides, few here would understand me.
Where have you been on your travels? Have you seen the ocean?
But of course! I was born by the sea. If you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then that was perhaps saving the life of the King of France.
And you wouldn't by any chance know the Pope, personally?
Which one do you mean? I spoke briefly with Boniface IX when I was sojourning in Rome. A pleasant fellow.
How come almost nobody here knows you?
I am operating, as they say. Incognito. My great benefit is my strong connection with the French court. There, everyone knows my name. Here in Bohemia, I'm still building my reputation, slowly, but surely.
Dear friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary, and here too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess. Are we seriously gonna wait and cower in a corner? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That whole sun won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
I'm not going to die.
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
Well, that went just as expected. Good health.
And to yours. Could it have gone any other way when there's so many of us here?
I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst, of all people. He made an amateur's mistake. But it's hard to be angry with him when he's trying to ingratiate himself with everyone. By the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein. And you must be Godwin, the son of...
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of. How do you know that?
I have my sources. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it's all about.
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain shortcomings.
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
If Sigismund decides to mount an attack on the camp, it'd be a massacre.
Ah, but it won't. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves, but he won't engage an equal force on the battlefield.
But he can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge. If we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
You've got an interesting way of approaching things.
You're certainly not the first to tell me that. I take it as a compliment.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths. And also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names. Botchek of Kunstadt, Haman Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those 3 on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome, because it would mean slow but certain defeat for all of us.
Why me, of all people?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You know how to talk, and you're not just out for your own good. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. That's why I know I can count on you both. There aren't many like you two left.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly. Who do you want to start with?
Botchek of Kunstadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was taken. Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Kuttenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need him.
Anna of Waldstein. The widow of that rich mine owner. What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here.
여기 사람을 잘못 봤는데.
Assemblies like this are more of
a male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money.
여자가 도움이 안
She's as
된다는
sharp as they come when it
생각은
comes
하면
to
안
trade.
되지.
And she knows a thing or two
어떤
about
사람인지도
diplomacy.
모르는데.
There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her, and that it was thanks to her that he died, too.
I'll get on it then. Wish me luck.
I wish us
깔아놔봐야지.
both
내가 뭔
luck.
힘이 있나?
Before the day is over, the die will be cast.
Success to our plans.
참 위험한 시대였죠. 위험한 시대. 근데 둘 다 잔을 이제 다 가지고 다니네. 지지를 받으시오. 발트슈타인하고 하만 알데르, 안나하고 알베르하고 지지를 받아야 되는데 다른 친구들은 대화가 되네. 나는
Nor I until now. I am Sir Conrad, Lord of Vechta.
페이타의
You are the heir
영주.
to the Lord of Rabosh, are you not?
Used to be. My father somewhat
아버지한테
disowned me
손절을
some time
당했습니다.
ago.
And I used to be the Royal Mint Master, until the king decided to replace me.
지금
Are you going to support
저는
the
다 죽일 수 있을 것 같아요.
proposal?
I haven't quite decided yet. It's true that displeasure
지금의
against the king is
저라면은
noticeably growing in Kuttenberg, but if our rebellion were to come face to face with
다
Sigismund's
죽일 수
army,
있을 것 같습니다.
I'd be risking my future, if not my life.
Do you think you might get your position as Mint Master back again?
I doubt it. Half the town hates Vavak, but no one would even think of saying a word against him. And he knows that his security stands and falls with his function, so he clings to it tooth and nail.
시프가 좋네. 우린 공통점이 아주 많군요.
We've got quite a bit in common, wouldn't you say?
More than you think. If my memory doesn't deceive me, you serve as a parish priest. So I recollect, at least, from my recent discussions with Martin.
Served. That's in the past.
Even so.
네,
Before King
제가
Wenceslas appointed me
킹덤컴2
his mint master,
플레이하시는 분들을 몇 번
I was
봤는데
even being groomed
보조
to become a
임무나
bishop.
뭐 짜잘짜잘하게 다 하시는 분들이 거의 없더라고요.
We've cast off our robes
엔딩
and
빨리
merely
보고
hatched
다른
plots
게임으로
against
넘어가자
Sigismund.
이건데
There's no point in waiting for divine
저는 웬만하면 다
intervention.
하려고요.
On the
할 수 있는
contrary,
건 다
the
하고
current state of affairs demands quite
지겹게
a
하려고요. 지겹게.
secular approach.
It was a pleasure to meet
중간중간에 오늘이 딱 30번째 영상입니다. 30. 아 맞아요. 몬스터 헌터 와일드가 나왔고 그다음에 저 뭐야 용과 같이도 나왔죠. 용과 같이.
Not even Bocek?
Not even Bocek. And he's a great lord.
That's
하만 알들은 이 친구였나?
Martin likes to exaggerate. I'd like to check your horses out and see if they're as good as you say.
Ha, even
저는
better.
몬스터
But you won't believe
헌터보다는
it until
용과
you see for
같이가 더
yourself.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see
계속
them.
했던 게임이라.
Well, well, we have a new guest.
I wanted to...
You wanted to apologize for crashing into my home without it by your leave. Or to arrest my guests some more?
I want to
싸우지
have a
마.
word with Older.
Well, I'm having a word with you.
죄송합니다.
I apologize,
뭐였어?
For interrupting our conversation? Or just for being you?
Is that your...
Unfortunately. Speak up then. What are you doing here?
전 특사로 온 겁니다.
I came with a delegation from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Is this a joke?
Why so strict, Martin?
20 years ago, he was nothing but a cheeky brat, only interested in wenches and booze.
화가
I got him
났지만
a place at the Archbishopry to have some sense beaten
인정해야지.
into his head. Only it wasn't long before they kicked him out. And then I find out he's settled in some backwater parish in Sassau. But he took his boozing and whoring along with him, lost everything, and then came creeping home again. Huh?
Try saying it again a little louder. They might not have heard you in the outer courtyard.
You have the impertinence to show me your face after the way you disgraced our whole family?
또 거장하시는군요. 할 수만 있었다면 여기 오지도
I
않았을
wouldn't
겁니다.
set foot here if I had a choice. Better to be a priest in some backwater than have a father like you.
How dare you?
둘 다 할아버지
Father as I
같은데
am a son.
젊은 나이에
Nothing to blame each other.
아이를 갖게 됐나?
And now let me speak to Older.
You're dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has no honor. If you had any, you'd be...
That's enough.
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults. I challenge you to a duel.
평화적으로 해결을 할까 싸울까?
I'm not happy about it, but I accept. This isn't how I imagined my first meeting with my brother.
형제야?
Make room for us. We'll just settle a
아,
very
난칼 뭐 있냐?
It's an
잠깐만.
honorable duel,
칼.
man against man.
잠깐만요. 나 지금 레벨 19인데 아, 뭐 되나 이게? 평범한 롱소드 이걸로 저거를 이겨야 된다고? 2년 반지는 또 뭐야? 방앗간 난민들의 주님이 축복에 함께하길 바란다면서 아 선물 받은 반지.
Back.
What's wrong with your legs?
That was sneaky.
You don't know which end of that thing is up. I might be old, but I'm not.
You can't stand up to
잠깐만
this.
나 이거 기능을 쓰고 싶어가지고 아 2번.
Well, you fuck. Why you've still got teeth.
That was sneaky.
너는 별거 아닐 것 같은데?
Sacre. You're fast. Hey, who taught you that? Did they teach you that in the
Look
seminary?
at my eyes, not at my sword. I might be old, but I'm not written off.
너 죽을 텐데? 아이고 나갔다. 아 너무 빨랐어.
I'll sort you out nicely.
너무 빨랐어?
Ooh, not bad for a priest. That was sneaky. Did they teach you that in the seminary?
Swing with your whole arm, not just your wrist.
Hey, who taught you that? Ooh, not bad for a priest. Enough. That will do.
시기 덤비고 있어.
My God, where did you learn to wield a sword like that? Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer.
1부터 연습했다 이 새끼야.
I was in a war, right after they kicked me out of the archbishopric. And you ought to know yourself. Not all the
가급적이면 안 싸우려고 하는데
Aye.
꼴밖에 하면 싸워야죠.
I apologize for going off like that.
죽을 것 같으니까 바로 꼬리 내리는 거 좀.
So father would be satisfied. I know. Only he'll never be satisfied. The sooner you realize that, the better.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down. And he hoped at least his second would become something.
And no luck again, eh? When I was 6 years old, I fell off a horse and broke my leg. He wouldn't talk to me for a week because I'd let him down.
The first time he took me hunting, he let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Only 3 days. He got soft.
I always wondered who you were. There was never much talk about you at home.
Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. I brawled and boozed until they threw me out of my own parish. But now, I have a chance to put things to rights a little.
And that's why you want to talk to Alder.
I've got to get him on our side and to cooperate with us.
Aren't we all on the same side?
Maybe everyone's saying that. But it's time to put it into action.
After your encounter with Father, It won't be easy to get to Alder. Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it. Unless you want to anger Father even more.
What else can I do, though?
I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure. But you'll have to trust me. And tell me what it's all about.
All right, then. You've heard Yob's plan, right? It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around without an army to back us up.
Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund.
Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow.
I expect Alder's not the only one you're after.
You got that right.
Leave Alder to me. The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can drag me to a tavern sometime. Pa doesn't need to know about it.
You're starting to sound like a brother.
친구는 됐고 친구는 됐고 칼 집어넣고 예쁜데? 이거 뭐야?
Mind where you're going.
아래층에 있나 본데?
They're trying to do one thing and one thing only. Line their pockets.
They remember well how the burghers in Moravia fared in the last war.
They were on the wrong side.
Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in his ear. Jobst comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men-at-arms? If not, you can go to the devil with it.
A few thousand men-at-arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
How can I persuade you?
I need guarantees of security. I don't want to end up like Rutard.
Of course. Once it comes to protecting property, ideals go out the window.
You can talk, since you haven't got a pot to piss in yourself. If you were in my position, you'd think differently. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund?
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
I believe Liechtenstein is single.
And an uncertain party. Besides, he's inconvenient for Sigismund. Yitka could end up being a pawn to blackmail both of us.
I'd be honored to oblige. I'm in my prime.
Forget about it. Even if by some miracle you could manage to sire children, you'd die before you could raise them.
The truth doesn't offend, my lord. But I had to give it a try. How about young Lord Capon?
He's a youngster still.
He may be young, but he's got something between his ears. He's got battle experience. And when he gets the estate that's his by right, he'll be well secured for life.
If he gets it. Right now, Hanush lords over Rattay and seems quite happy with that state of affairs. On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good reputation, and Hanush can always be relied on, despite his temper. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
So, will you support our plan?
You're selling the skin of a boar that's still grunting. First, I want a confirmation that the wedding will take place, as soon as possible.
And what if Lord Capon refuses?
I don't care what the young lord thinks. Hanush is the one to decide. If he agrees, I'll be happy to support your plan.
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to save the kingdom. Things have come to a pretty pass.
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop dilly-dallying and go and tell Hanush.
Take a look at that. A nightingale.
이게 제대로 돌아가는 건지 모르겠다. 여기 어디야? 시기스무드 야영지? 요쯤? 왕의 책략. 이거 뭐야? 악마의 주정자? 나중에 해봐야 되겠다. 나중에. 이게 뭐지? 이게 보조 임무하고 주요 임무하고 섞여 있는 건가?
Surrounded by...
Sir Hanush, I bring happy tidings.
You do? Let's hear it then.
동맹을 얻었습니다.
Young Lord Capon is going to get married.
If he's got some impoverished noble's daughter pregnant, I'll have his hide. I'm not going to support some bastard.
You misunderstood my meaning. I was the one who arranged the betrothal. I mean, with your blessing.
You arranged a marriage for my ward? Just like that? With who?
With the niece of Sir Bochek, Lord of Kunstadt.
예뻤으면 좋겠다.
Bochek of Kunstadt? The Bochek of Kunstadt? Godwin, you conniving old bastard!
Oh, fuck.
I don't believe it. So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're serious, I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sassa. Or what about a bishopric?
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. But a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself. But let's drink to it, shall we?
Cheers!
Cheers to you! And to your parlaying skills!
결혼해보려라. 빨리 가야지. 이 친구, 그 친구죠, 이거. 악마. 긴장되는 거 좋아하는 악마. 라드식이네.
You wouldn't be avoiding me. We didn't have much time for conversation on the way here. Let's rectify that.
With pleasure, sir. As it happens, there's something I'd like to ask you. What are you expecting from today's gathering, my lord?
Well, I have no great expectations. But, all going well, we may be able to establish some joint steps towards the future. As long as we proceed without prior agreement and mutual support, we will be very unlikely to achieve any progress.
Where did you leave Sir Divish? Surely he's not too old to miss out on such an event.
Haven't you heard? Lady Stephanie
Wow.
with child.
임신을
No
했어?
one even imagined Divish would produce an heir at his age.
As they say, doesn't matter who kneaded the dough, as long as there's a pie in the oven.
Godwin.
Well, it could be a miracle. Praise the Lord! I couldn't help but notice your son has a bit of a talent for getting into trouble.
To put it mildly, but not to do him an injustice, knowing young Lord Capon, he undoubtedly contributed to that more than a little. Although, if they didn't pull each other out of trouble, God knows where they'd be now.
Wise words. Still, Henry's come a long way on a thorny path. I trust you're rightfully proud of him.
You know, I am. And Martin would also be glad, even though Henry chose a different path than he.
May God grant him eternal rest.
친구랑도 대화를 했고 마른 악마는 지금 대화가 안 되고 돼지고기 먹고 싶고 얘 지금 술 취하면 안 될 것 같은데 술 물약 없나? 술 물약?
Exactly why we mustn't push.
Sir Bochek, your niece Yivka can start preparing for her wedding.
So Hanush agreed, without reservations.
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill my end of the bargain without reservation.
Thank you, Lord of Kunstad.
Enough formality. We'll have a drink. What do you say?
Cheers to the beautiful Lady Yitka and the unhappy
술꾼의
Lord
물약
King.
없나? 술꾼의 물약?
Here's to a good bargain.
얘 이제 취할 것 같은데?
So you're jealous of me or what? So they put out, we fucks are what? Aye, they put out, but then they leave.
술을 좀 깨려면은 여기는 상점이 없나? 상점? 술꾼의 물약 같은 게 돈은 있는데
I ain't letting that bastard go anywhere near her. Next time, I'll kill him. I will, if he so much as looks at her. I won't be able to stop myself.
Sir Kunzman, I haven't yet had the pleasure.
You're Godwin, aren't you? I've heard about you from Martin.
Oh dear.
Have no fear. I know Martin well, and I know he's prone to exaggeration. Anything I can do for you?
Will you support Margrave Yobst's plan?
That depends on what it is. If he decides to just wait, then no. I can't take that risk any longer.
Do you think we should look for help somewhere else?
I came here for one reason alone. To hear a plan of attack against Sigismund. If Jobst doesn't lay one out before me, I'll try and find someone more courageous.
I expect you know Lady Anna of Waldstein well.
Why wouldn't I? She's joined at the hip with my daughter Rosa.
I hope she doesn't feel unwelcome here. I've heard she's a bit of a thorn in the side for some of the gents here.
To her own relatives, certainly. But I'll tell you one thing. I knew her husband, Wenzel, and he married her out of love. Anna cared for him devotedly till the day he died. And it wasn't a quick death.
So it's not true what they say? That his demise was convenient for her?
Vile slander. People just can't forgive her for coming into a fortune as a young widow.
What do you think of the rabbi's offer? The Kuttenberg Jewish community is large, and their support could change everything.
Or nothing. To be honest, I've no idea what to expect of the rabbi's offer.
He said he was interested in an alliance, though, didn't he?
Aye, but still he must be aware that whatever happens, it won't change the lot of his people.
So you don't trust him?
And isn't it natural? It's not just faith in the walls of their quarter that separates us. They live in our city, but they're more foreign than the Germans or the Hungarians. God be with you.
발트슈타인의 안나에게 지지를 받으시오? 발트슈타인? 어딨지? 돌아다니면서 더 대화를 해야 되나? 쟤는 되고 귀족, 귀족, 귀족. 하스케이퍼, 라비, 사무엘.
Everything all right? You look a bit out of sorts.
I can't wait for it to end so we can get out of here.
I reckon you'd have to be pretty brave to come and mingle with the Kuttenberg lords.
Or pretty pissed off.
Or that.
We will leave as soon as we can. Anyway, all of these worthy gentlemen will be relieved when we are out of sight.
Would you tell me something about your community? I haven't found out much so far.
What can I tell you? It was never exactly glorious. And now especially, everyone is quaking that what is still left to us will be taken away.
Surely it won't be that bad.
There are many fools who would rather take out their gall on us and start to fight among themselves. In times of uncertainty, it is always the sons of Israel who are the first to be stricken.
안나, 여기 있다, 안나.
What's the matter? Did you...
God be with you, noble lady. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
God be with you. What would that be?
Your diplomatic support. And your money.
No beating around the bush, eh? I like that. But what do you want my money for?
Margrave Yob's plan has some gaps, milady. We need to gather enough resources to...
To muster an army that Margrave can't afford on his own?
Christ. Be praised. You're astute.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money, and divining their intentions is a necessity. Although, between the two of us, it isn't hard to figure out what Liechtenstein is after.
Hit the nail on the head again, Mom. You're well informed.
I am rarely mistaken.
I'd say you have a better nose for people than most of this crowd.
Not only for people, but also for good food and wine. And beneficial deals.
Who did you learn from? In my experience, women usually learn other skills.
I acquired the basics from my husband. God rest his soul. And the rest I learnt quickly, as soon as others started sniffing around his estate. So, to the point. What is it that Liechtenstein wants from me?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to parley more effectively with Sigismund.
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty. And why ask me for help? Why should I, of all people, take the risk?
It's not only your money we're interested in. You're well able to negotiate and trade. And if you were to take part in our plan...
Then I'd be helpful to you on two fronts. If you want me to support you, you must give me a good reason. Perhaps a favor in return.
Do you have something in particular in mind?
Well, one of the guests here has something that shouldn't get into the wrong hands.
Who's that?
Haman Alder. Now, if you were to switch these papers for the ones he brought with him, I would support your proposal.
And these papers I'm supposed to switch, what do they concern?
My relatives somehow dug up some trade contracts between myself and certain undesirable parties.
You were dealing with the enemy.
They were not the enemy at the time. My conscience is clear, but I'll rest easier when those papers are in my hands.
And the papers I'm supposed to plant on Alder?
Just insignificant documents. If the incriminating ones disappeared without a trace, it would arouse suspicion.
All right, I'll help you. Or at least I'll give it a try.
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags, which he left in the shed on the outer courtyard. Bring them to me, and put these there instead. But watch yourself. Odorin's groom has eyes everywhere.
안장 주머니에 있는 서류를 바꿔치기 하시오. 알겠습니다. 기본이지 뭐. 기본이라기보다 나가는 문을 못 찾았는데. 사람들이 많아요. 많은데 어떻게 해야 될까? 나가지 못하고 어우간지기가 지키고 있어. 그러면은 내가 못해볼까?
Greetings. What do you need?
좀 지루하지 않나?
Aren't you a bit bored?
What's your problem? The horses are fed and watered. I'm not idle.
God forbid. But standing around here must be a pain in the arse, no? You might get thirsty.
Not really. What of it?
Shall we roll some dice? I'm sure you can take a little breather, eh?
Well, all right. But just for a little while. I'll wait at the table over there.
뭘 갖고 오라고 한 거지? 쉽잖아. 주사위 하러 어디로 갔을까? 주사위? 주사위. 서류는 바꿔치기 했는데 주사위 하자고 해놓고선
Come on then, show us what you can do. Unless you're playing for the first time.
666 666
Alright, that'll do. My God! Oh, come on! It looks pretty bad, eh?
나도 꽝이었어?
Here. Damn, what's this?
일. 일.
Let it be now. I want to play too, you know.
1, 5, 5. 끝.
Finished. Your turn.
어, 5가 3개네? 하나, 둘, 셋. 넘기기.
My God, why? Why do I even play?
나 지금 술 취했어. 술꾼의 물약이 필요할 텐데.
Exactly why we mustn't push too hard.
You seem a bit out of sorts. Anything wrong?
Oh, these grand aristocratic assemblies are nothing for me. I'd be happier if they just told me in the morning how it all went and what my boys have to do next.
But then you'd miss all the grub and the booze, and the gossip.
Oh, and have you heard anything interesting here?
아, 취했구나.
It seems Liechtenstein's looking for allies. For his own ends.
And how's he gonna do it? Didn't you see them all fighting tooth and nail here just a while ago?
Well, different approaches work with different people.
The only approach that'll work with Sigismund is open resistance. Maybe on the field of battle?
Let's hope young Lord Capon manages to stay free for a while longer. Ever since leaving Rattay, he's gone from one pile of trouble to another.
That's one thing you can always count on him for. I'll gladly wager with you he'll end up in some other shit by evening.
God forbid. Henry's not here now to pull him out of it.
In that case, it'll be up to you. I'm sure you wouldn't leave him to disgrace himself in front of Hanush.
A lot of people think the wealthy burghers will stick with Sigismund, whether out of fear or convenience.
Well, that's to be expected. As long as Sigismund has the city council under his thumb, no one will rock the boat.
Well, at least there's a few individuals here, like Ruthard.
Sigismund confiscated his castle and half his estates. That'll be enough to make a man mad. Not to mention that his son was killed in the siege of the city.
얘 지금 취했어 지금. 흔들린다.
How are you getting on so...
Aside from the happy family reunion,
I'd almost forgotten about that little detail. But fortunately, it wasn't too much of a fuss.
Father is getting old. There were times when he could keep yelling at me half the day.
Keep it up.
좀만 지나면 더 휘청휘청 거릴 것 같아요. 지금
Just
모두
don't
이니.
overdo it with the wine. No one takes a walking wineskin seriously.
가만히 있는데 지금 취했습니다. 술이 깰 만한 게 없나?
Hey, where's that beer?
Look out!
우리 귀족
Your Grace, may I disturb you for a moment?
Certainly.
Godwin, I came with the lords from Rattay.
Ah, now I remember. Forgive me, there are many guests, and I only have one head.
빨리 술이 깨야 될 텐데 아가씨는 여기 있다. 술 깨는 물약이 있으면 좋을 것 같은데.
I've got those papers from Alder for you.
Quiet! You don't have to announce it to everyone.
Milady, with all the clamor going on here, I can hardly hear my own thoughts. Here they are.
You're more capable than I expected. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. And now you're part of the bargain.
As agreed. I will support Liechtenstein's proposal with both words and money.
Thank you, noble lady. God will...
Yes, quite. But let's drink to our bargain, Godwin.
I'd like to, but I'm afraid I've had more than my fill already. I wouldn't want to cause a scandal.
Wise. No matter, I shall drink a toast alone. But to your health.
이미 취한 상태여가지고 더 마시면 큰일 나요.
Wo liegt das Problem?
왕이랑도 대화를 하고.
I'm still hoping it works out, and we walk out of here.
Gentlemen, I think we can raise our goblets to the successful conclusion of the negotiations.
Is this supposed to be your secret weapon?
Like I said, miracles happen where you least expect them. Tell me, Godwin of the House of Odorin, what news do you bring us?
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bojek of Kunstad will support our cause.
Both of them? Good heavens, what did you promise them?
This is going to be a long story, and I could use a drink.
내가 안 마셨더니
Excuse me,
소주를 마시네.
my lords?
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes! And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak, and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
King Wenceslas is, by the will of God, the Balbatim of all his subjects. Not only the Christians, our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslaus, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
My niece, Yitka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
좋겠다. 쟤는 갑자기 결혼하게 됐어. 의문의 1패.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
누구지?
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately. And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter, from right under your noses. Why haven't you done anything?
We don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wenceslas' side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, All you have to do is make sure the city rabble get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you? And if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylanders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants! Chicken shits! Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
I apologize, sire. I'll do everything in my power to...
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore placed the city council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed. But unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Between the two of
맞다,
us,
쟤는 나 누군지 아는데.
was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly. We have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you are harsh.
와인 쪽으로 왔어, 와인 쪽으로.
These councillors, they need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long. And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that
Excuse
it's
me.
time to strike against them.
your own business.
We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see
Ah.
the king's cup is empty?
You talk to us as
적포도주. 얘는 적색인가?
pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all sides. Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish. God grant him eternal glory.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits him.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities, and get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp's nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
But the wine is good here. To your health, Margaret. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king.
Thank you, sire. You are too magnanimous.
Why? You did a good job. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, your majesty.
First, we need to crack down on the biggest troublemakers.
We're working on it. While the council was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Raposh. Alderin won't give you any more trouble.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get Oderin, we can handle Ruthard easily. Rabosh will be yours. After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sir.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine.
No, we shall have white.
포도주로?
Enough of red.
White it is. Quickly! If Raposh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
쟤 다 알 텐데.
Need be. We could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
그럴 순 없습니다.
No, sire. It would be inappropriate for me to drink with you. I apologize.
As you wish. To your health, Marquardt. And to our upcoming victory.
얘 나 알아챌 것 같은데? 아닌가? 아, 아니네. 취했어. 연회?
So what? They left a long time ago. I swear to God, a while ago.
어떻게 해야 되냐? 얘 약도 없는데 지금. 손님들과 함께 축하하시오. 선택. 어떻게 해야 되지? 이미 얼큰하게 취해 있던 리텐 슈타인은 고드윈에게 바라는 것이 있는 것처럼 보였다. 낮에는 협상이 진행됐고 밤이 되자 축하 연회가 열렸다. 고드윈은 라보르시오에 모인 여러 귀족과 함께 계획의 성공적인 시작을 기념하며 이미 술을 많이 마신 상태였다. 술 더 마시면은 좀 좋은 일이 있을 것 같은데. 안돼 안돼.
I will just call you Bravo.
어떡하냐?
Yeah, well.
안돼 안돼 안돼.
I'd rather we didn't end up like that poor sod.
Stand over that ditch.
A랑 B? A.
A word with you, friend.
You in need of something, my well-oiled friend?
I'd like to drink a toast with you to our joint success. As they say, all's well that ends
그냥
well.
가서 자는 게 좋을 것 같은데.
To brighter tomorrows. Touching. Come now. What's become of your poetic soul?
I never had one.
Truly? Not even a little?
Not a bit. I'm just a cynical old pragmatist.
In that case, in quite simple and pragmatic terms, the wine has run out.
Fuck. I've got a tongue like a slice of weak old bread after all that gabbing.
Well, get something wet for us then.
His lordship is so unsteady on his legs, he can't make it as far as the keg.
To hell with that keg slop. Your father surely has something better stored away. I had my eye on him all evening. He had pictures brought from somewhere for himself and his closest friends, and left the rest of us to drink cheap dregs. Try and find one of those pictures for us, eh? I'm sure you can manage that.
You can bet on it. I've got a nose for booze.
I don't doubt it. Get sniffing quick.
하기 싫은데. 와인을 찾으시오.
So you see, the best thing we could do is stay, right?
Didn't he say that Lord Kronstadt was going with them?
Ah, so what? They left a long time ago.
While ago. They were sneaking around.
어떻게 해야 되냐?
Without a
What's old Kronstadt doing with that?
Calling out. Sigismund's men can trample over us one after another.
I wouldn't despair just. Let's drink and be merry. I still can't wait for the fuck off.
Ah, strong words. I thought your Alishka was brown-haired, though.
I'm filled with grief. The roast was calling out to me, begging to be.
But if you've got a different idea about a horse is, then we'll have to discuss it.
Of course it's a horse. But not a bad one.
Lusty maiden in her pew, parish priest has quite a view, sweating at the altar, nearly drops his psalter. Alleluia Domine, Alleluia Domine.
But you know my answer. I appreciate your friendship, but I'd rather run my own affairs.
How come you're still here, sir? Weren't you supposed to travel with Sir Hanush? Raise an army, prepare a wedding feast and all that.
All hail Jobst! He sorted out things here nicely. He got my money for a start, and that's more than I wanted to give him. But you know how it goes. Give them a finger. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going anywhere, and I sent my captain with him. He's still young and full of piss and vinegar. I'm too old and fond of my comfort.
Did you at least discuss with Hanush where the wedding will take place?
Nothing to discuss. It'll be at our castle Potsdam, of course. It's the pride of our family. We can fit in 3 times more people than here, and that still wouldn't be much.
Ah, but there are 2 castles in Rattay. I'd bet my right arm old Hanush will want to have the wedding there.
What? In Rattay? Well, I ought to look into that then.
But deal with him yourself, though. I won't be your gent's messenger anymore.
God be with you, and with you.
Having a good time?
He's a fucking bore. These old farts here have no idea what fun is.
Well, what are you missing? There's wine, food.
Even a few females worth the same.
Nah, I'd rather have a game of dice. Or a good punch-up.
Good day.
Well, let's have a game then. But for what?
For coin. What else?
Playing for coin's a bore. You got anything else to wager?
Well, I might have something. But you'll have to bet at least 20 groschen against it.
And what might that be?
Let's keep it a surprise. You won't be sorry, though.
What the hell? It'll be fun at least.
You bet it will.
싸운다. 술 취해서 싸운다. 아, 주사위로 싸우는 거야? 이거 잘 보이나? 안 보일 것 같은데? 취해서? 1 1 1 넘기기 와우 좋는데? 잘하는데?
Want to roll some?
Sure.
I don't play for.
Oh, you can stuff yourself.
이야 대단한데?
May her marriage to Lord Capon bring her happiness.
They're young. They'll have plenty of time to cultivate that happiness.
At least you can tell by the name that the horse is here.
Good evening, my esteemed lady. I haven't yet had the opportunity to make your acquaintance.
No matter. I know who you are. Although Martin hardly spoke of you, from what I heard, I could conjure up a pretty good picture.
Would you kindly introduce your 2 companions?
This is Lady Christina, second wife of Lord Binic of Nostitz. She's standing in for him here today.
Nice to meet you, sir.
How come your husband didn't come?
Because he's been rotting for nearly a year in the king's captivity.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mom. I pray that God shall return him to you soon.
I've been praying for it since the day I got word of his captivity. Perhaps worldly powers will come to our aid once the promised army turns up. One hopes.
What's your opinion of the outcome of today's assembly?
That it's about time. Although at the onset it looked like everyone here would carry on arguing like fishwives at the market. But in the end, it seems the agreement arrived at will bear fruit.
It's been a pleasure, my lady.
And this here is Lady Helena of Dvorets, my niece and ward.
God be with you, sir.
Please excuse her. This is her first time at such a large gathering.
You're fortunate, miss. Your aunt sets you a good example. And I'm sure she won't leave you to the mercy of the gentlemen present.
Yes, Lady Matilda has always kept a close eye on me.
And I know what I'm doing. Don't think I'm not aware of how some fellows look at you.
Are you well acquainted with our hosts?
Only a little. Sir Martin Oderin and his son have been to visit at Lady Matilda's on several occasions.
They come to me for advice on selecting horses. If it hadn't been for me, that mule he's bragging about to everyone here would have cost him twice as much.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Pa. It's been a pleasure, dear ladies.
And we're not talking about a horse, but a cock.
In the morning.
왜 이래? 취했어. 안 돼. 조심해야지.
Greetings. Can't it wait till morning?
끝낼게. 오씨, 무서운데? 갑자기 이상한 장면을 넘어갈까봐 겁납니다. 아주 겁납니다.
I'm not drunk.
How'd you like a wine, Chevalier?
The art of winemaking has a long tradition in La Belle France. Recipes are passed on from father to son, and each generation brings them to perfection. I myself was practically raised on wine. How many I have tasted. Even the French royal court took note of my refined taste. The king himself had wine delivered for his table according to my advice.
I expect his lordship had the best barrels rolled out. Now, if you'd only known he had a real connoisseur here.
Best barrels? Mon ami, this wine would perhaps be suited to the infirmary, where it would suffice for cleaning wounds and easing pain. For that, the taste is of little consequence. Give me 100 knights in full armor.
됐고, 이제 뭐 해야 되냐? 진짜 와인을 찾으시. 와인 찾기 싫은데? 아버지가 제일 아끼는 와인을 찾기 시작했다? 찾아야 돼? 침대 없나? 침대? 침대 가서 그냥 자고 싶은데? 잘 수 없어? 자고 싶은데... 얘 방구 끼는 것 좀 봐. 다니면서 계속 방구 끼고 있어. 그냥 잘 순 없나? 그냥 잘 순 없나? 그냥 좀 자고 싶은데. 어디 가서 잘 만한 곳이. 잠을 잘 만한 곳이 없어? 자야 되는데? 사관. 지하 터널이요? 지하 터널 아니고 지금 와인 가지고 오라고 했는데 술 취해가지고 지금 고도윈입니다. 고도윈. 방구 끼고 난리 다닌데 어디로 가야 되지? 백포도주를 가져간다?
Everybody likes a drop of white.
이걸 이렇게 갖고 가라고? 아 이래야지 진행이 되네.
There's a piece of horseflesh for you, Rudard. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you feed it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Sir! Sir! There's some horsemen right out front of your fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Pisac. Wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming
지하 터널
happily to the
간다는 의미가
celebration.
여기서 습격을 당해가지고 어디로 가나? 도망가나? 습격인데?
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty.
아닌데? 분위기 안 좋은데? 쎄하다. 큰일 났다. 하나 둘 셋. 큰일 났다. 고백이 큰일 났다. 술 취했는데. 다 취해가지고 죽을 것 같은데?
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
맙소사. 고도인? 세이브가 됐지. 됐나? 두둥 하고 했으면 좋겠다. 세이브 됐다. 동생을 구하시오?
The surrounding Christopher can't make it on his own.
I'll bleed him! Hey, that one's had it. Come on,
늙어가지고
ready to hand here. Stand your ground.
죽여 이 새끼. 동생. 동생.
Slow will send you to hell.
동생 동생.
Now you'll die.
동생.
I'm going to finish you.
어? 뭐야? 동생 구했나? 어떻게 됐지? 불난다. 가서 동료들을 구하시오.
Go! Go!
여기야?
Quick!
Whoa. 1번 8. 어? 안되지. 여기서부터 다시 하겠습니다. 헨리를 옷을 먼저 바꿔 입은 다음에 접근을 해야 될 것 같아요. 먼저 동생 먼저 지키고 됐나? 지켰나? 옷 바꿔.
Quick!
Sucker! What the?
자식이. 고도인 뭐하냐? 또 고도인 칼 거면 없지. 칼.
That was a close shave.
A little too close.
중요한 거는 고도인 칼도 안 꺼냈습니다. 지금.
Henry!
Godwin!
How did you get...
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. You turned up at just the right moment.
Is everyone alright?
Well, some are, some aren't.
They captured Odorin, Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad of Vector away too.
납치를 했어요?
To slay the rest like dogs.
What about my father? And Hanush? They left with Yobs long before that. I'm sure they're all right, but not everyone was so lucky.
Where did they go? Back to Rattay?
They've got to raise an army for us. And I hope they fucking hurry.
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund?
More of a promise than a plan.
But, as you can see, our allies are getting scarce. We should lay low until Jobst gets back.
I'll gladly play dead for a while.
Be so kind. And don't speak of the dead.
What happened, Godwin? Who died?
Anna of Waldstein. She didn't stand a chance against those butchers. May she rest in
안나 부인 죽었어?
She was
내
simply in the wrong
설득했는데?
place at the wrong time.
And they almost killed my brother.
But only almost. Good luck.
What do you mean, almost? What happened?
I got there in time to help him, fortunately. Christopher tried to defend our father, but nearly lost his life doing it. For nothing.
Old grievances aside, Odorin is an ally, the same as Rutard and Botchek.
Well, they all have their quirks. Cousin Botchek's a money-grabbing magpie. But I won't give up on the fucker either.
We'll have to wait for the other side's move anyway. We don't even know where von Berghow took them.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you, but von Bergov's people beat me here.
You knew he was coming.
He wanted Odorin. He probably had no idea they'd find most of Sigismund's enemies here in one place.
I bet he couldn't believe his fucking luck.
And Sigismund will be moving at a gallop. We have to be really careful now. One wrong move, and he'll hang the lords.
You want to give up now?
Nobody said anything about giving up. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, get the hell out of here. Then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for Jobst and his army.
If I survive the journey. Oh, God's teeth. That stupid nag nearly broke me in half.
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, he ordered it, more like.
Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there. They could reveal a lot.
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall. At least he's safe here.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is lucky to be still breathing. I can just see them all jumping to their feet and rush to save their poor Jews.
Maybe Samuel will figure something out. He wanted to talk to you anyway.
He's here too?
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go and see them as soon as possible. And tell Liechtenstein too.
Anyway, we've got work to do. Godwin?
Give me a moment. I'll go and see Christopher first. Guard the walls until morning. If anyone shows up...
What will happen to his lordship?
Good to see you both. Alive.
Oh, come on. You know, I've walked out of much worse scrapes laughing.
They could well have killed us all. If it hadn't been for you, Henry, von Berkhoff could have caused a lot more harm.
Von Owlet surprised even Sigismund with that. You should have seen the look on the king's face when he told him.
Well, thank God we all survived.
Well, not all of us. They killed Lady Anna of Volstein and many other nobles. It was slaughter.
And they captured our closest and most influential allies. Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side. We're stuck.
We'll figure out a way to help them.
But how? Our plans are ruined.
Get a grip. Whining doesn't help anyone.
You're right. When I drink too much wine, I get overwhelmed with self-pity. Nevertheless, I have to admit it can't get much worse.
Actually, it might. And very soon. At Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter.
God's wounds! We need to get back to the city and warn them.
I'm going with you.
Out of the question. Do you want to end up imprisoned again? You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Shishka. Henry, tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try to get someone else to join.
Have a bunch of children.
We can only hope.
The bodies outside are still warm.
And they must have been surprised too.
Should not come here.
You did. But I still
We'll be left without a law.
No one knows where they
Gained. We could easily have ended up lying dead.
Sam, I need to have a word with you.
Uh-huh. That makes two of us.
just tell him. You may not get another chance.
I talked to Godwin. He said you know each other?
What did you talk about? Me?
We talked about your stepfather, Martin.
Why? Neither of you knew him.
It's true, I did not. But I tried many times. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? I recognized the Master's symbol engraved there. Well, the thing is, I am Martin's son.
What? Pa's son? How did...
Yes, his son. That is, his bastard son.
Are you sure? We look the same age, and Martin lived with me and Ma as long as I can remember.
When I was born, he was already long gone. Maybe we are not even a year apart.
What does that make us then?
Nothing. Proof perhaps that both your god and mine have a sense of humor. You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know I will never see him, it troubles me that I did not get to know him.
I can tell you about him if you want. But now is not the right time. This is not the end. We have to go to Kuttenberg, now. Sigismund ordered confiscation of the property of people in the Jewish quarter.
The king has approved Xere.
He's no king to me. He's a fucking whoreson.
What's a Gezera?
That is hard to explain.
Nonsense. It is as clear as day. Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and divide the loot. And all that with the king's blessing.
This is what we were afraid of. But we did not expect Sigismund to be in such a hurry. We need to get back into the city and get the people out, quick, before it begins. Will you come with us, Henry? Every man counts.
I'll come. And Liechtenstein already knows about it too.
Very well. We should get going right away.
Let's not waste time.
Thank God you're all right. On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen and feared the worst.
Kubienka? What brings you here?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came to grab a bit of meat. And I see, instead of that, you have a massacre here.
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get to Kuttenberg. Can we borrow the wagon you arrived on?
But of course. I borrowed it too, if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already? We don't have the time.
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you can, come with us and help us.
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck is going on?
I'll explain to you on the way. Time is running out.
Are you coming too, Sir John?
Of course.
Let's go then.
Borek ata Adonai Eloheinu, melech ha'olam.
Peresh, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't worry. We'll save your mother.
And everyone else too. Don't forget that.
You seem to care an awful lot about these people, sir.
Are you surprised? It's all my fault. If they weren't helping me...
That droid of Sigismund, may his name be erased, would have found some other excuse to get rid of us.
Look, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but don't you think maybe we could make the horses go a little faster? At this pace, we won't make it there in a week.
We really should pick up the pace.
All right. Schnell! Schnell!
What's the matter? Why are we stopping?
We will walk from here. We cannot drive right into those murderers' arms.
But how do we get into the town then?
We will go through Sheol.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town. One of them ends here.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out soon enough. Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
Killed our savior.
What did you just say?
Nothing, I'm just blabbering.
I dare you to say that again. Loud and clear.
You know what, sir? Just ignore me and be glad I'm here. And you up front, pick it up a little, kurva. My arse is getting numb.
좀 빨리 갔으면 좋겠는데 얘네들은 왜 이렇게 천천히 가는 거야? 뛰어라.
We have to go this way. Hopefully we'll find it quickly. I left a stack of my papers in the tavern. And if they fall into Sigismund's hands, people in other towns will die too.
Do you think we're gonna make it in time? To find the papers? Save the people?
I pray we can, Henry. There's nothing more I can do. Hopefully everything will be all right at the tavern. My stash is locked away, and Samuel's friends are guarding the place. But who knows what the situation is like in the streets now?
Are you afraid?
Me? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to run from a burning town or deal with a hired assassin?
More than once, I reckon.
A lot more, I can tell you. But I admit, I was afraid every single time.
Ah.
Damn it.
What's the matter?
The door leading up to the tavern is open. Samuel's men wouldn't have left it like this. Somebody else must have got in.
위층에서 무슨 소리가 들립니다.
I'll go upstairs and see if anyone is still there.
I hope so. If they took anything from down here, they mustn't get out alive. I'll gather up my things in the meantime. I'll meet you outside the tavern.
위쪽으로 가라고? 이쪽으로? 요새 죽었어. 새끼 씨. 누가 없나?
I saw him go to Eric's tent to give him peace.
응? 막았잖아.
Fuck you!
When you? 있다고 했을 텐데. 문서를 가지고 있다고 했나? 에이씨. 없고. 없고. 없지. 훔친 거는 없지, 아직.
Baruch Hashem, Henry. You're all right.
Sam, you're back already? How does it look outside?
A few of the cutthroats got in over the walls, but we dealt with them. But there are more outside the gate.
4 of them were here in the tavern too.
Fortunately, they didn't take anything important. But your friends paid for it with their lives.
What?
I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation, Henry here has already taken care of those cutthroats.
But they didn't look like they just came to the tavern by chance. Eric must have sent them. What about your mother? Is she all right?
She is, thank God. I told her to get ready, and we would come for her right away.
I'm really sorry about your friends. We got here too late.
There was nothing you could do. Benavis Hamartes. This Eric is really pissing me off. I've never laid eyes on him, yet I cannot wait to wring his neck.
There'll be plenty of time for that later. We have to go now.
I'm sure Mama is waiting for us. We have to take her to the shul.
You go ahead. I'll lock the tavern and block the secret passageway so no one else can get in.
But sir, if any more of them come here,
I can take care of myself. Now go. God be with you.
뭔 일이래?
I have to help him. Bring Ma here.
엄마를 모셔오라고? 엄마 어딨어? 엄마 어딨어, 엄마? 아, 여기? 어? 잠깐만, 어떻게 불러야 돼, 엄마를? 이 집이 아니고 옆집이라고? 일층에 계신가 본데? 여기 있다.
Oh, Himmel! What's the matter? Where's Sam?
Don't worry, ma'am. He sent me to take you to him.
Mein Gott! What happened to him?
Nothing. He's out on the street helping the wounded. Let's go now. We're out of time.
Wait! Who are you anyway?
마틴의 아들입니다. 사무엘의
My
친구입니다.
name is Henry, and I'm a friend of Sam's. I was the one who warned him Sigismund was coming for you.
Thank you. I just hope we can escape before...
Watch out! More are coming! Run to the back. It might be safer there.
What's going on?
저 밖에 싸운다.
Sam, are you all right?
I'm fine, but we will talk when you are safe. Now run!
We have to get to the synagogue. But how?
Through the backyards. Follow me.
뒷문으로 통해서? 뒷마당으로 통해서?
Watch out! They're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
내가 어딨어? 빨리 가, 빨리. 어디? 가라고. 어떻게 하라고?
Go to Hashem, they're gone. We have to keep going.
개새끼.
Through the yards.
어딨어? 어딨어? 위로 올라갔어? 아 진짜.
That is Judith and Lev. Can you help them?
도와주라고?
Scher dich zum Teufel! Gar nicht den Säune! Aus!
아니야? 개새끼. 일단
I cannot breathe.
빨리 가자고. 바쁜데. 어디 있어 아줌마? 여기?
We cannot get past the wagon. We have to go this way. Through the house.
여기 통해서 가자고?
No, you don't! That's your turn!
You want to try
Now I'll shoot!
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
아 사무엘이었어? 마틴이 아니고? 옷이 비슷해가지고.
We have to go.
빨리 가 빨리 가. 아 마틴 아빠지. 잠깐만 헷갈리네. 유대인 구역에 쳐들어왔습니다.
Come on! What the hell?
What is it, fuckers? Rather slaughter women and the defenseless?
Let's go! What's going on up there?
Go inside. Quick. To the fucking task.
I've never been so glad to see you two.
In need of a helping hand, are you?
No, I just don't want to die here alone. There they are. Well, now we're really fucked.
Mustn't get inside. We have to hold them back. For how long, though? As long as we need to.
Destroy them!
Bleeding like a pig. Bleeding like a pig.
I'm going to finish you! Die! Destroy them! True blood left! Fuck that! No, you don't. We'll kick your asses! True blood, yeah! Hit him on the head! Right on the noggin! Don't worry, shit! Don't tell us waiting you! Get him!
Yeah! Ha! Take that! Show your stuff!
Right, yeah! You nearly knocked me down! Show what you're made of! Oh, Jesus, for mercy!
Take that fucker up here!
Come on!
끝났어.
Everyone's inside! Henry, come on! Let's go!
맞는다. 살았어.
God more me. Let's go. It's this way. Damn. That was a...
일단 음식부터 먹어주십시다. 천수국탕이야? 먹고 체력이 없으니까 하나 더? 2개 먹어도 효과가 있나? 기타에서 근데
Close shave. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
Surely we cannot just leave them like this. There's nothing we can do now. We must get the wounded out of here first.
Noch dem was. Ich will euch koidem in Sicherheit.
지금 어디 위치가 어디야? 여기 악마의 추종자? 이거를 먼저 하고 있어야 되나 보다.
Begleiten.
Hey.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, lad. I thank you for everything.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Mein Gott, boy. Have you not helped us enough already? Now we have to manage on our own.
I know this might not be the best time, but... Do you think we could talk about Martin?
What? You know my Martin?
I do. He's, well... He's my father.
Spori Hashem.
I mean, not actually by blood. But he raised me.
Mein Sis Kindele. Tell me. How is he?
He died. It's only been a few months.
Oh. Tehen of Shutsura Rahayem.
Sigismund burned down my village. Pa went to help Ma and... well, they both died there.
I am sorry to hear that, lad. But that is the Martin I knew. He always put others first. At least you survived. That would make Martin happy.
Well, I'm sorry I don't have better news to give you.
Do not worry about it. I am just sad he died before he could meet Samuel.
Is everything all right?
Yes, do not worry. We were just talking about Martin.
How did you meet Martin, if I may ask?
It was such a long time ago. He wanted to open a blacksmith shop in town, but there was no place among your people, so he tried his luck in our quarter.
And that's where he met you?
The rabbi gathered the good men so they could decide whether we wanted to have a goy blacksmith. And Martin wouldn't stop looking at me all night. Then it went Schlag auf Schlag.
So what happened that made Martin leave you?
My Martin would never leave me. My father found out we were seeing each other and did his best to drive him away. To marry a goy is isur deoraisa, forbidden. But Martin would not give in, and we kept seeing each other, until one day, I was ubore.
That means pregnant.
Yes. My father knew that if word got out, he would not be able to avoid the shame. So he did not miss a beat and took me out of town in secret. I did not even have time to tell Martin the news. I was gone for almost 4 years. In the meantime, my father told everyone that he had married me off. But my husband died. And he only let me come back when he was sure people had accepted it.
Did Martin not go looking for you when you suddenly disappeared?
People said he did go looking for me, even as far as Colin. But he did not find out anything at all.
If only he had gone all the way to Prague.
Even if he went to the very edge of the world, it would not have been enough. Father would have hidden me somewhere else.
And what about you? Did you ever find another man after that?
No. My father called me a widow, so I stayed a widow.
And he didn't try to find anyone else for you?
You know he did, but it never worked out. I made sure of that.
Then did you ever go looking for Martin?
I asked around, but no one remembered anything. Or they chose not to. That was probably my father's doing too. And I could not just leave and go looking for him around the world. I had to take care of Samuel. That was the most important thing.
All right. That's about it.
Before you go, tell me, what was Martin like as a father?
Well, he was strict with me, but not too much. Especially in the forge, he worked me hard. I dream about him quite often. About that last day and what he said to me while we were forging a sword together. He said a life of adventure can be over before it begins. And that blacksmithing might be a dull job, but I keep my head on my neck.
He was absolutely right.
Well, look at me now.
You saved all our lives. Martin would be proud of you. He raised you well.
I'm sorry to keep you this long, but... well, I never thought I'd have a brother, even if not related by blood.
Well, I did not expect that either. And thank you, my almost brother. If it was not for you, I do not know how today would have ended. What are your plans now?
I'll go back to the Devil's Den. To Zhizka and the others. We need to figure out what to do next.
I will see you there then. But first, I have to escort everyone to Colleen. I do not want anything to happen to them on the way.
Everything should be all right now.
Take care of yourselves, dear brother. I will see you this time tomorrow at the Devil's Den.
Have a safe journey.
Sei gesund.
지슈카와 다음 단계에 대해 상의하시오? 그것도 그건데 근데 지금 뭔가 잘못했나봐. 이게 주요 임무 밑에 있는 거를 먼저 했어야 되는데 그걸 안 한 것 같습니다. 이거 바로 메인으로 가지 말고 악마 추종자를 진행을 하고 하는 게 맞을 것 같아요. 세이브도 됐으니까. 여기는 지금 아무 몇 시지? 아침이야? 아침이라서 그런가? 그냥 안개가 많이 꼈는데? 뭐 왜 그러지? 아무렇지도 않나? 다른 데는? 그냥 안개가 많이 끼고 그냥
I'm sorry.
딴 쪽은 또 왜 이렇게 평화로워? 음식을 여기서 사서 먹읍시다. 너네들은 아무렇지도 않지. 저기서 지금 전쟁 났는데. 말린 쇠고기. 그리고 세이비어 슈냅스, 천수국 탕약, 소코트. 아, 이거 좋네.
Danke und viel Glück für die Zukunft.
먹자 이제. 어이씨, 돼지 됐다.
Apparently, the city council is organizing another collection.
Tag, mein Freund. Komm her. Was möcht... Danke. Das war ein gutes Geschäft, mein Herr.
I'll tell you.
연기가 자욱해. 쿠벤카에게 나머지 패거리에 관해 물어보시오. 그거를 해야 되는데 일단은 짐 정리 좀 하고 짐 정리를 하고요. 끝내고 뭐 저녁 먹고 또 이어서 하든가 하겠습니다. 일단 정리해야지.
What can I do? Show me.
왜 상인이 영원이지? 왜 돈이 없을까? 상인이?
Excuse me.
얘도 300원 있고.
Produkte auf dem Markt.
What can you do?
Gute Preise.
Lord, what do you? I was glad to be of help here, good sir.
Good day to you. God bless.
I'll have a...
Thank you, sir. And come again.
Good day to you. Show me.
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Was willst what do
Show me your way.
여기 위에 한번 가볼까? 여기로 지나갈 수 있을 것 같은데.
Stay close to the others. It's not safe here.
못 가나봐. 뭐야 이거?
I'm sorry.
지금 이렇게 싸워가지고 지금 다 막혀 있는 건가? 저기 가려면 어떻게 가야 되지? 그냥 길이 막힌 것 같습니다, 그냥. 입구가 술집, 아까 이쪽으로 돌아서 갔을 적에도 안 열렸고 방법이 없네, 여기는. 일단 여기 갑옷장이
Welcome.
I'm sorry.
Take a look around. How can I...
Show me your...
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
다른 거는 별로 없네.
The drunks was sitting outside the store. I'll have a look at the wares.
Thank you, sir. And come again.
Sure. I tell you, and you... Dob me in.
So...
Come and get some fresh mushrooms!
Don't be coy. My wares will bring... Good day.
Show me your...
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Was willst du?
I'll have a...
I hope you find what you're looking for next time.
close dwellers.
Fuck.
It's like I'm invisible or something.
What's a Certainly.
Okay.
My.
Well,
As you will.
I'm glad.
Excellent. I'm sorry if I startled you. That's just the way I like it. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
자, 일단 오늘은 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 여기까지 시청해주셔서 감사합니다. 오늘 영상 여기서 끝.